I'm going to call the Star City Council meeting to order. It's Tuesday, October 4th, 2022 at 7 p.m. at the Star City Hall. I'd like to ask you all to please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. And there's so many of us, it should be very loud and proud. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. That was fantastic. Thank you. Tonight we're going to have our invocation by President Christy Dyer of the Star First Ward Relief Society, if I can get that out.
Our kind and gracious Heavenly Father, we're so very thankful to be able to be gathered here. Please bless all those that are gathered with patience and kindness. Bless them that they will have the best interests of the city and of the citizens in mind. Please also bless our neighbors in New Meadows and their friends and families who have dealt with a major loss this past week. Please bless us that we'll all remain healthy and safe and be safe as we travel home. We pray for these things in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Thank you so much. Appreciate that, Miss Christie. Roll call.
Councilman Hershey,
Here.
Councilman Wheelock,
Here.
Councilwoman Salmonson,
Here.
Councilman Nielsen.
Present.
Okay, everybody's present and accounted for. We have no presentations tonight. We're going to move on to item 5.
Mayor Chadwick,
Councilwoman,
I move that we approve the consent agenda consisting of item 5A, approval of minutes for September 20th, 2022, and the findings of fact for Barron Properties Commercial Rezone. But with that one to approve the findings as modified by staff.
correct? Yep. Okay.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call.
Hershey,
Aye.
Wheelock,
Aye.
Salmonson,
Aye.
Nielsen.
Aye.
Cool, very good. So item 6, I'm going to move item 6 down to the end. All 3 of those things that we're going to deal with so we can get to the public hearing so everybody doesn't have to stay here all night if they don't choose on here, okay? Just real quick, some rules overall for the public hearings. I need you guys, if you want to speak, please sign up on the sheets in the back there out in the hallway. I'll open the public hearing. I'm going to ask the council if there's any ex parte contact or communication regarding the projects. The applicant will have up to 20 minutes to present their project. The council can ask the applicant questions and staff questions during that time frame. Public testimony is 3 minutes per person. We typically go with those who are for the project speak first, those against it next, and those who are neither for or against it following that. Council may ask the individual who's speaking some follow-up questions that do not count towards their 3 minutes. The applicant will have a rebuttal of about 10 minutes and the council will ask staff and questions. I will close the public hearings at that point and the council will start deliberating and they'll either make a motion to approve with conditions, deny, or table the application to a date certain in the future. So I appreciate everybody coming here. I'd like to get a picture and post it that this is public involvement and this is what is important, right? In all decisions. So this is awesome. So I'm going to start out with opening up the public hearing for the Maidenford Estates subdivision. And at what time is it? 7:03. One thing, guys, just for council members and the public, please speak clearly into your microphones. And when you address up here the mayor and the council, please, because we have an interpreter here that we want to make sure that Mr. Earl has the opportunity to hear everything or listen to everything that's being said. Okay, it's very important for that. So everybody understand that? Is that right, Ryan? Did I get it all? Okay, thank you. Okay, so it's 7:04. We're going to open the public hearing for Maidenford Estates. And I'm going to ask the council if there's any ex parte contact or communication regarding this project.
No.
None.
None.
Okay, hearing none from all the council. Where is the Maidenford representative? There you go. Come on up here, sir. And also, when you're up here at the microphone, state your name and address for the record as well, please. Let's see. Second one right here.
Good evening, Antonio Conti, Ackerman Estival, 7661 West Riverside, Garden City, 83714.
Do you have a little button right there? You can advance it with that one, I believe. There we go.
Thank you. We're pushing the wrong button here, sorry. What we're here presenting is the Matterhorn Estates Unit Number 2. It's a 5-acre parcel split off the original 10-acre parcel located at 3605 North Porter Lane. And it's bound by the Cresta del Sol subdivision to the south and portion of Cresta del Sol subdivision to the west. What we are proposing, existing zoning, it's rural resident, it's rural. It's a county parcel at the moment. We're asking for annexation. Proposed zoning of R3 for residential of 3 dwelling units per acres. And we're proposing to build single family residential similar to what is Cresta del Sol. Lot size and everything else is comparable to Cresta del Sol. Total site area is an even 5 acres. 70% is going to be lots. We have 0.8 acres worth about 16% worth of common lots, and right away accounts for about 0.7. We're looking for 15 single-family residential lots, 3 open space, and 1 public road. The density, like we said, comes up to 3 dwelling units per acres. This is a picture of the site. The site right now, it's a lake, pond of some sort. Apparently it was used to play with jet skis at one point prior to the current ownership. So pretty much the project goes to the end of this pond. That's where we're going to be extending this project. And the rest of the parts, the rest of the 5 acres will remain within the county and is going to be stay in the condition is in. This is a preliminary plat of what the lots are going to look like. Like I said, we're matched. If you look on the south, we matched the property lines with a lot of Cresta del Sol, just to give some uniformity, keep it a little bit constant, similar to what's already existing. One other item following conversation with the neighbor to the north, we used to have a shared use path walking around on the north property line, and we removed that because he has horses on his property and was concerned about people walking by the horses. So what we did, we created a 10-foot wide buffer where it's going to separate between the end of the lots into a landscape buffer before he gets to his property. Just to try to accommodate. Same conversation we had with the neighbor to the west. They had some concerns about what we're doing. And is there a pointer?
I think so on the top of that, right, Ryan?
Okay, so we created a berm right at the edge and, okay, it's not showing. Okay, right at the edge is lot number 11, looks like. Thank you. Yep, we put a berm to separate their property to minimize the impact on their property. This is an idea of what the landscaping is going to look like. Pretty much, like we said, the berm is going to have some trees, some evergreen and shrubs, etc. Along the berm, trees along the road are required by the city between the sidewalk and the road. And then we're going to have a common lot at the end, facing pretty much the existing Matterhorn property. And this is the end of my presentation. Stand for questions.
Okay, any questions for the applicant from council at this time?
Yes,
Councilman Wheelock.
yeah, so on that north side where the buffer, or there used to be a walk path, what's that gonna be? A property owner fence and then 10 feet and then another property owner fence? So there's just gonna be
Well, it's going to be probably landscaping area. We're going to put some trees and something to separate the horses from the property. We're not opposed to extending the lots, but I think it'd be beneficial to keep, the corral away from people.
So it's going to be grass then, basically, right?
Correct.
Landscape grass, and then
Landscape grass.
what? This is Mayor Chadwick. Sorry, I've already broke my own rule. Apologize, but so the fence on the back of the properties are going to be what? Is it going to be a vinyl 6-foot fence? Is it going to be an open fence?
It won't be open.
It won't be open?
No, because again, following conversation with the neighbor, he doesn't not want an open fence because he doesn't want, horses to, come this way or people reaching out to horses on the other side.
And then
So there's going to be a solid fence on that edge.
okay, and then the on the edge of between your property and his property,
It's going to be open.
and is that an open fence you're putting in or an existing fence that's already there?
On the north side,
Yeah.
okay, so let me see if I can manage to work on this. Okay, then, so right against Mr. Carlson property, there's gonna be a closed fence. Now, the fence to the south of that is gonna be an open fence.
Okay, so that will be open, this will be
Correct,
closed.
and that one will be closed.
Okay, all right.
Sorry, I got the two fences confused. I
Okay.
apologize. There's one more item I wanted to bring up. I was brought to my attention, there are some concerns about irrigation water. We received two letters in regards, they're concerned that we are connecting to gate 125, which we're not. Our point of connection is somewhere else. The property currently has over 10 shares worth of water rights. And we're gonna be coordinating with, the dish company on pretty much how they want to divvy it up between the two parcels. Our point of connection is at the northeast corner of this parcel at this point.
That,
Councilman Wheelock?
that follows that slanted cut where the existing ditch was? Is that where that back line is?
Probably, because right now there's an irrigation line that runs, and Mr. Maddenford may talk more about this, he saw him is here. But it runs right on the east end of this parcel, where the line is, where the pool is, et cetera. There's a line that runs right there and then keeps going down to the south. And that's where that's where our diversion point is. That's where we're connecting. All the existing pumps, existing irrigation is right at the corner of that existing pond is right there.
So
Pumps and everything else. Yes, sir.
if I can, the dotted line, is it going to be a solid fence? And the back of those lots is going to be open to that 10-foot buffer area?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any further questions of the applicant? Okay, hearing none. Ryan, can you get me the sign-in sheet?
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Okay, we are going to see, Antonio spoke. All right, we're going to open up the public's portion of this. Remember, you have 3 minutes to speak. Please state your name and address clearly for the record. And we'll start with James Carlson. And I'm running the time tonight. Forgot to assign that to somebody, so I'm going to run the time tonight from right here, okay? The floor is yours, sir. You may need to pull that microphone down more closer to your mouth.
How's that?
That'll work.
Thank you, Mayor Chadwick and members of the council. My presentation is about what we just discussed, the fence.
State your address real quick.
Yes,
please,
I'm
for the record.
sorry. It's 3715 North Pollard, directly to the north,
Okay.
and the fence we're talking about. That's my main issue. This issue came up before at another meeting previously last year when Toll Brothers, who presented their subdivision to our direct west, and one of our neighbors, Jeff Light, spoke to you about the problems with livestock, cattle and horses and so forth against the privacy fence. They damaged the fence. They don't do well, but leaning on those fences. So we came to an agreement with Toll Brothers, and it was approved at the council meeting that they would provide a security livestock fence for that strip that goes the entire length of this property line for that particular subdivision. And I previously spoke to Mr. Kandow, and he said that whatever Toll Brothers did, they would follow along with. So I don't know if that still applies because it's been a while since we discussed it. But we're proposing a secondary fence along our border there so that the entire border can be continuous. The fence in question that Antonio was talking about will be a solid, poly fence. And those are inadequate for livestock. Horses and cattle will damage them. And our property is 10 acres, but we have about 5 neighbors farther to the north, all with livestock. And they have the same issues on the other border. So we're asking for to provide a security livestock fence. We're already in discussions and have plans for the type of fence with Toll Brothers. And I haven't met with anyone on this project yet to present the kind of fence we're looking at. But, we feel it's necessary to keep the fences off. This will be electrified livestock fence, security fence. They can't break it. They can't get through it. And we've had some issues with animals getting out because of being able to get through those other fences. So that, and the other issue we had was because of, we have problems like we all do on ranches with livestock, manure, odor, flies, those kinds of things, noise. So we're requesting a 20-foot setback and in addition to the livestock safety fence. And the fence will go the entire length of that plot from the beginning of it to the west where it ties in with the Toll Brothers property. And
Okay. Any questions for Mr. Carlson?
Mayor Chadwick,
Councilman Nielsen?
Mr. Carlson, can you tell me what kind of fence is there now containing the livestock?
yes, we have a four rail poly fence that's electrified.
And
And
is that fence,
that's on the property line. It has to be removed.
can it just be moved?
Yes, but it won't be consistent with the other fence that goes the other way on it. We're
Sure.
trying to get them consistent.
Yeah.
I have pictures and also have minutes of the meeting and the discussion about this previously. And it's in the minutes for June 1st, 2021.
And is the reason that it has to be moved because it's directly on the property line or is
Yes,
it
sir.
over the property line?
Yes, sir.
Something like that. And then when you ask for a 20-foot, what did you call it?
Setback.
Setback. So you're asking that fence to be set back 20 feet into the property to the north?
No, I'm talking about, more distance between the livestock and the homes.
Okay.
So that, Councilman Nielsen, can I just follow up on that real quick?
Yeah,
With you?
I got it, but go for it.
So that is your understanding that grass buffer's 20 feet then?
I didn't know about the grass buffer till
It's
a
10
few
feet.
minutes ago.
Okay.
And
All right.
so that actually would solve the problem, I think.
Yeah. I think in addition to that, Idaho state law and also part of every one of our, I can't remember if it's in the HOA, the CCNRs that we require, also references the Right to Farm Act. So regardless of flies and manure and smell, doesn't matter. If you get the right to farm, you get the right to have livestock, and they can complain all they want, whoever moves in.
Which they will.
Look, I know I grew up on a hog farm.
Good.
So in the middle of a city. So I know where you're coming from, and 20-foot setback, probably not going to make much of a difference. But I appreciate where you're going with that because that does make for good neighbors. And I see that's your intent. So.
Sure.
Okay, thank you. That's
You're
all.
welcome.
Any further questions of Mr. Carlson? Okay, thank you, sir. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
We have Miss Barbara Moyle.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name's Barbara Moyle. I live at 9800 West Beacon Light Road, Star, Idaho. I live within 300 feet of this proposed subdivision, Maidenford Estates Unit 2. I have concerns and requests for conditions regarding the backfill of the pond, the compaction pounding, the effect to my property and my neighbors in the area of it, their wells, their septic, their foundation, building structures. Request a condition of approval developer to reimburse affected property owners for expense and repairs caused by this vibration of action. I recommend neighbors to video their property potential to damage from the vibration prior to developer's work. Have your well septic systems inspected too and dated. Regarding the irrigation water, developer must abide by the state Idaho water laws, especially code 42-1207, maintenance and repair of ditches. A conditional of approval regarding the Maidenford irrigation water, which is currently delivered from Headgate 120 on Farmers Union to the property. If any water from FUD Headgate 125 is to be used on this parcel, it must have all FUD Headgate 125 users' approval in writing prior to connecting to the lateral or system. Headgate 125 users are Toll or Cresta del Sol, Carrie Knotts, and myself, Barbara Moyle. The Maiden property was never, ever part of the land FUD Headgate 125 delivered water to. In order for the land to be added, all FUD Headgaters users of 125 must agree to it in writing prior to connecting to the system, whether water is added or not to FUD Headgate 125. for said land. As it currently sits, Toll has never used any water out of Headgate 125 for the last 2 irrigation seasons. Regarding the access road to parcel of Maddenfords, West Trident Ridge Drive on Toll, Moyle Village, Cresta del Sol property, which crosses over mine and Carrie Knott's irrigation pipe easement. And no agreement has ever been signed by us approving the road to cross over it. So the access into the subdivision, it crosses our water easement right away. And per Idaho Code 4207, it requires whenever a prior working system is removed that there's written approval by the person moving it. And as it currently sits, Toll has never provided that information to it when they removed our prior working irrigation system and relocated the facility and pipe. Like I say, no written approval granted by us, which is Carrie and I.
So
make the
we gotta
changes.
focus on this one. It's not about Toll. So
Okay. And
we'll give you
the
about 10
references,
seconds. Yeah.
Okay, at the one time in farm, okay, on the existing right of way travels through the middle of Toll Village, our right of way for water. And so it does cross over to the corner of Carlson's and Toll, and then continue south alongside.
So we'll have to call time on that. Do you
No,
have, do you have that all written down?
Yes, sir.
Can we have a copy of that? So we can
Absolutely.
make it part of the record?
Thank you.
Yes, that'll make it easier for you on there too. So
Okay.
Ryan, can you make a copy of all that to give to the council to look at? Thank you. Do you got any questions of Ms. Moyle? Anybody, please, before we go? Okay, thank you, Ms. Moyle. Give that to Ryan back there in the back and he'll go make copies of your, yep, of your letter to give to the council up here too. Okay, Ms. Carrie Knotts.
Mayor and City Council, Carrie Knotts, 9600 West Beacon Light, Star, Idaho. And the map that I received from the engineers is different than we have up here, so bear with me a little bit here. My biggest concern is the berm. We are now surrounded on all sides, whether it be Toll Brothers and now this subdivision. So if we could get at least an 8-foot berm on it would be the west side, the east side, the west side.
That'd be the west side of their property, east of yours.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We would like an 8-foot berm, the walking path to be below the berm on the inside. We'd prefer not to have a fence. However, it's a little different on mine than was showed here. So I'm not sure if there's a fence on the inside or if there's not a fence, if that's just a walking path.
We'll
If
have them,
someone could-
we'll have them answer that when he comes back up.
Okay.
Clarify.
I would like it to be heavily landscaped with evergreens, privacy trees, since this is our last bit of privacy where we have our barbecue and outdoor activities that we enjoy. Also, we do have pets that will be on that backside as well. I would like to ask that lots 2 and 17 be single story for our privacy. I do have concerns regarding the vibration and compaction of filling this pond. Our root cellar is stamped that it was built in 1928. Our septic tank is very old. Our well, foundation and walls. Our house is a very old farmhouse, and I am very concerned with all the vibration with things cracking. I am going to take video and have things checked out prior to this. But I was asking if they could, instead of use the vibration for compaction, if they could use a sheep's hoof. From my understanding regarding compaction is a lot less and no vibration when they're filling the pond.
Can you, a sheep's hoof?
Sheep's hoof, I guess
Okay.
it's a piece of machinery that
Okay.
that is not caused the vibration. And that's my biggest concerns in getting the cracks in our foundations and things.
Okay.
Other than that, it looks like it's going to be a very nice subdivision. As long as, also I do have the concerns with the water, irrigation water, but Barbara Moyle has expressed all of that. So
Okay, you got about 10 seconds?
thank you very much.
You betcha. Thank you. Well, real quick, before you sit down, does council have any questions of Ms. Knotts? Okay, sorry.
All right.
You can sit down. Thank you. Okay, then we have Mr. Gary Maidenford.
Mr. Mayor, council members, my name is Gary Maidenford. I live at 3605 North Pollard Lane, and I own the 5 acres directly to the east of this property. And I'd just like to address a couple of things. One is all of our irrigation water comes in through my property about 100 feet east of the property boundary. And so we use the head gate from the Farmers Union Ditch Company 122. We've never taken any water from the other side, and the plan is to continue to use that water where it comes through my property to serve this subdivision and continue to serve mine. Also, I'd like to say that I am excited about this project because I've lived out there for 11 years and I've never had natural gas. I've had to heat my home with propane, cook with propane, and now propane's about $4.50 a gallon. And the idea of being able to get some natural gas, actually get cable out to the property, maybe get underlying power. I've got power on the lines, and I seem to lose my power from time to time. So I am kind of excited about being able to get some facilities out there and make things work for me, and it's going to be much better. So I would like you to recommend the project. I like it just the way it is. I think they did a great job.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any questions for Mr. Maidenford before he sits down? Okay, thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Okay, that's all who signed up to speak. We'll bring the applicant back up.
Good evening, Antonio Conti again. The fence along the north line with Mr. Carlson, that's on me. He told me he wanted a livestock fence, and I completely spaced out. I thought that a solid fence is good enough for livestock. Apparently it's not. So what we'll do, we'll coordinate with Mr. Carlson and make sure that, we're going to install whatever fence is going to pick with Toll Brothers for continuity. Just keep it, similar as much as possible. Or if you want something different, we'll coordinate that. We're not too concerned about that. In regards to the setback, like I said, we have 10 feet on the back already, open space. I don't know what the setback is for single family residential on R3. I don't remember, but I think it's more than 10 feet.
It's
Yeah.
15.
It's 15. So that's going to take us 25 feet away. Every house is going to be 25 feet away from the property, which meets his requirement without any additional concern. In regard to compaction of the pond, construction equipment is going to be on the property, not just the pond, but also the roads. We can use a sheep's foot. I don't see that an issue with it. The big difference between vibrating and sheep foot, you're going to need to go a little smaller lift, but I don't see that as a major problem. That's going to be part of construction. In regards to irrigation water, like Mr. Maidenford says, we're taking water from gate 122. So we're going to keep taking water from gate 122, which is independent from gate 125. So I don't see that as a concern to us. The rest of the concern in regards to Toll Brothers and access and roads, and I figure once the construction drawings for Toll Brothers are approved, we're going to be good to go to start construction drawing on this one. We know that this project cannot go without Toll Brothers and being able to move forward. We're aware of those constraints anyway. The 8-foot berm, we're showing 8-foot berm. There's a combination of evergreen trees, some ornamental trees and shrubs. In regards to the fence, we were going to put a fence along the west property line just to keep it consistent what we have across the street with Toll Brothers, just to keep a same look. if that's something is gonna be a problem, we can look at something different. In regards to the walk is gonna be on the east side, on the opposite side of the berm, so it's not gonna impact their privacy. And I think that's all the notes I had. Any further question for me?
Councilman Hershey?
Yeah, what about the request for lot 2 and 17 be single story?
Well, the houses have not been designed yet on what's gonna go in this lot. It's gonna be a combination of single story and two-story houses, similar to what we're trying to keep it consistent to what Crystal store is gonna be, to make it uniform with the rest of the neighborhood. I don't think it's gonna be a deal breaker, honestly.
So you'd be okay with putting that in the condition, that 2 and 17 and the development agreement?
I'll find out soon after this meeting if Brad is okay with it, but yes.
All right.
If that's
Fair
out,
assessment.
is that's on those conditions that, we need. Well, lot 2 backs up a bunch of other houses on the back of lot 2. So it'll be interesting to see what Toll Brother plans as on that lot. If there are two-story houses, putting two-story houses shouldn't be a problem, honestly. Lot 17, that just backs up to their house. If they want to have single story, we can put a single story on lot 17.
Okay.
Lot 2, I'm just reserved just because I don't know what Toll Brother is doing right next to it.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
All right,
Thank you.
Councilman Nielsen?
That was going to be my question.
Okay. Any further questions?
Yes, Mayor Chadwick.
Councilwoman Salmonson?
Thank you. So this vibration topic is new for me. And so is this a common, like, can you explain it to me, please? So I think I'm hearing is the neighbors are concerned with the machinery that is going to compact the ground, that it's going to impact their wells. Is that correct?
I think
Like
wells,
it could, yeah.
A lot has to do to proximity. So if, I run a vibrating compaction right next to a well, yes, it's gonna have a problem. The farther away you are, the less of an impact you're gonna have. Considering that every road built is gonna need to be compacted, there's gonna be a road coming up from the west that's gonna be compacted, same material, same equipment, same system. When you compact dirt, we can use a sheep's foot, that's not a problem. When you compact asphalt or when you compact road base, you can't. It has to be a smooth roller. That's just part of the construction of how things are done. I don't foresee an impact to be that critical. I've seen problems, honestly, in the past, but when the road was within 5 to 10 feet of a structure, then yes, you can feel it. But we were quite a bit farther away from it, that there should not be an issue. I would suggest maybe to get an unbiased opinion to ask, Ryan, your city engineer, what his take is on that.
And so how many neighboring properties does this, would this affect? Could this affect? Is it 4, 3, 4?
Well, if you look, and I don't think I have an aerial photo, but right now, the closest house to this development is it's the southwest corner. That will be the closest house to this development, which is, and I'm sorry, I don't remember your name. 35 feet away from the property line, correct. Which means from the pond, you're about probably, again, the location of the pond, you got a berm right there, you're about 60, 70 feet away from the pond, give or take.
You want to? Yeah.
Yeah.
So we can't speak from the audience, only that,
Sorry,
yes.
I shouldn't have asked. So the closest house, I got a pointer. It's right, the point is not showing on this. So the closest house is at the southwest, farther down, right there. That's their property.
Okay.
And there's a 50-foot, buffer already between that and the berm. And the berm is another 40-foot wide. And the pond is a little bit farther in. So I don't really foresee a major impact, but using a sheep's foot is not out of the question. We do not have a concern with that. But once we pave, it has to be vibration, but it's a lot less.
So what happens if it does impact?
Then there's damages and then there's insurance and they pay.
And so who pays?
The
Is it
insurance, the
the,
contractor, but that's his responsibility.
so that would be your responsibility?
I'm
or
not a
the
contractor.
Or the contractor?
contractor,
Yeah,
yes, ma'am.
yeah, okay. So so the property owners, they would be covered if there is some damages if damages occurred.
Correct. That's
Okay.
what insurance is for.
Okay.
All contractors that work on future public projects like this are required to be bonded insured. So that what would cover in case there is a problem.
And so the property owner would just contact just so I am, yeah. So the contractor would contact the neighbor would contact the contractor if there's an issue and they would work through it.
Correct.
Okay.
Either them or property owner or myself.
Yeah.
As
Okay.
an intermediary, that's not a problem. Because
Okay.
sometimes contractors do not like to talk to neighbors. So, they can call me. I mean,
Okay.
that's not a problem.
Okay.
Have we ever had something like this in the past?
A fill-in of a pond is a new one. Usually it's digging ponds in this town. No, okay.
Okay.
Any more questions?
I have a question.
Councilman Wheelock?
How deep is the pond currently? Are we backfilling 10 feet or are we backfilling 6 feet?
It slopes because what they did, they took the dirt.
Yeah, I was there when they dug it, but
I think we are looking roughly 4 to 5 feet maximum
maximum.
fill.
That's what I'm asking.
Because we're taking down some of those big berms on the side to use the material to fill the pond. It's gonna be about probably 4 to 5 feet. If you look at the pond, it's a lot deeper than that. But the amount of fill, it won't be that big.
Okay,
What we're trying to do is reestablish the original grade that was there.
Yeah.
Because we have to match, the Inventory North. So we're trying just to blend it back in the way it used to be.
Thank you.
any further questions? I have a couple for you, just real quick. On that berm, to get that 8 foot, are you able to maintain that 3-to-1 slope that's required in our code? Or
I
is it
think I'm showing 4 to 1 right now on those contours line.
4-to-1? That's,
That's what I'm
too
showing
steep.
right now, but I can go 3 to 1. That's not a problem,
okay, so as long as it meets our code for that,
of course.
that's important for that. Okay. Huh? Oh, I thought someone, sorry, I'm hearing voices. So a couple things I want to make sure that you're okay with before I close the public hearing to go in the development agreement. The security livestock fence, that's going to be along the northern border for
Mr. Carlson,
Mr. Carlson.
yep, no problem.
Okay, the single story houses on lots 2 and 17. If you're doing a combination of single and double, build
I-
it to
I
a
mean,
single story.
My only objection to that, if you look, if you zoom down, you can barely see the lots from Toll Brothers. They're gonna have a bunch of lots against the front. I'm curious what they're putting in. If it's 2 stories, then we should be able to put 2 stories. If they're putting 1 story, we'll put 1 story. We'll match whatever Toll Brother does at that corner. Fair enough?
Well, no, because that's not fair enough, because in my opinion, if you're already building single and double stories, why not just put a single story in there and solve everybody's problem?
Go single story.
Yeah, I mean, to me, that's the easiest solution there.
Sounds good.
And I believe that was it that needed to go in the development agreement, right? Or did we talked about something else? Oh, no, the sheep's hoof.
I got
Foot.
that.
So you said you would use a sheep's hoof,
Chief's foot, yeah.
a foot for that unit. Okay, cool.
For
Thank you.
compaction, yep. And again, there's stipulations. When I'm compacting asphalt, I can't.
Right. No, I get
So,
that.
okay.
Yeah. It's a little different scenario
Yeah.
there. Yeah. Okay. Any
Mayor.
further, huh?
The staff would also like to add the condition for the open fencing on the backs of the lots.
Okay.
Backing up to the north, and also add the right to farm act on the plat note, the final plat.
Okay.
Mayor Chadwick.
Councilman Nielsen.
I'd like to hear from Ryan, our city engineer, if we could. Just before we put the requirement of a sheep foot in a development agreement. My understanding of compaction and when you might need to use vibratory compaction versus just the sheep foot is really based on water content, moisture of the soil. It's also the type of the soil. you're gonna build houses on there, we want to make sure that we've got the right compaction. And if we got to bring a vibratory compactor in, then we got to bring a vibratory compactor in. So I'd like to hear from the city engineer thoughts on that and really what we should put in.
Okay.
To be sure.
Ryan Morgan, you're on the spot.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. Ryan Morgan, city engineer, whatever the city hall address is. I should know that, but I don't. As far as and it is a sheep's foot is the appropriate term. It's a roller that has more or less cutouts or extrusions, so not the entire portion of the roller is touching at all times. And those usually stick out 3 to 6 inches. You can get, in most cases, you can get proper compaction. It just, as Antonio pointed out, you've got to use smaller lifts. So instead of putting in maybe 10 or 12 foot lifts, you're putting in 6 or 8 foot lifts, or maybe even smaller, depending on the type of material that's out there. We've got a pond that sits out there. It appears to be anywhere from, and that pond's been dry for a while. So moisture content in the bottom of this pond shouldn't be an issue. So compacting they'll just have to select the appropriate amount of material, the appropriate type of material, but compacting using a sheep's foot roller shouldn't be an issue for up until the last, I would say, 18 inches of the pond, because we're putting foundations in, and I don't know if they're planning on slab on grade or crawl spaces, but one way or the other, I would recommend the top 18 inches be compacted with the compacting vibrating roller. It just does give you that last little bit. It gives you a better compaction zone for the foundations to sit on. And at that point in time, you'll have enough other soil that's been down there and compacted. And those will only just be 2 quick passes, 2 quick lifts. So that should be able to be completed in just a day or 2. And will help those future homes having any settling problems in the future.
Very good. Good call, Councilman Nielsen. Good info. Okay, any further questions of the applicant or Ryan Morgan? Okay, thank you, guys. It is 7:42, and I'm going to close the public hearing. And we'll go to council deliberations.
Well, I'll start it. Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hershey,
with the added stipulations we have in here, I think this is good. And I also recommend if, just like they said, videotape and record the conditions that you have now. So if something does happen, you have the evidence to help. Other than that, that's between all of them. For us, I'm completely good with approving this with all the conditions stipulated, especially the livestock fence and the open fencing beyond that, the right to farm to be added. Lots 2 and 17 being single story. Sounds like the 8-foot berm is already there, but make sure it's at a 3-to-1. The sheep's foot when practicable. And I can't read my own handwriting, so that's it.
okay, we got a motion. Do we have a second?
It's not a motion.
Oh, I'm sorry. I
can
It sounded-
make that
it sounded like a
motion.
motion. Any further discussion? Councilman Nielsen?
I'll turn
Councilman
that.
Hershey, are you going to make a motion?
I will add
So-
that before my preamble is I make a motion too, and then everything I just said.
Okay, so Mayor Chadwick,
Councilman Nielsen.
I'd like to second that motion. If Councilman Hershey, you could amend it to also ensure that the berm meets our code at 3-to-1 slope.
I thought I said that,
He
but
did,
yes.
he did say that.
Yes.
Okay, I didn't hear that. So I will go ahead and second that motion.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call.
Nielsen,
I,
Salmonson,
Aye.
Wheelock,
I,
Hershey.
All right.
Okay, that motion carries 4-0. We will move on to item 7B, Junction Crossing subdivision. John, do you want to take that right there? I forgot to put the start time. I forgot to put the start time on the top of that. So I'm not sure what that was. Okay, sorry, guys. Let me get going here on this one. Oops. Okay, we're gonna open the public hearing for Junction Crossing subdivision number 2. It is, what time is it? 7:45 PM. I'm gonna ask the council if they have any ex parte contact or communication regarding this project.
None.
None.
Hearing none from all 4 council members, I invite Mr. Chris Todd, there you are, sir, to come up. You got 20 minutes. Please state your name and address for the record.
Evening, Mayor, Council, Chris Todd, business address 12537 West Goldcrest here in Star. Thanks for having me here to rekindle some old memories for some of you on a previous approval. Mr. Wheelock, you're new to the council, so you don't remember this, but I'll do my best to do a good summary of kind of where we're at and where we're going and what we're asking for the city's approval for this evening. Junction Crossing was part of the original Amazon Falls development located on the north side of State Street, basically Short Road and State Highway 44 across from the Eagle Christian Church. Currently, we have 184 apartments being built in phase 1. Kind of see I put a little aerial of the current construction of phase 1. Phase 2 is under construction. The horizontal is all done. They're looking at, I believe, breaking ground on vertical, if not this winter, then spring. Phase 3, which we came in, which I came in about 9 months ago now. We refer to it as Junction Crossing. We're looking at doing a rebrand and rename of it. So to confuse everybody, we figured we'd change the name. Junction Crossing, we also feel kind of fits the area more. And to me, it just looks and sounds a lot nicer. Junction Crossing phase 1 is all commercial on that corner. Looking for a little bit higher intensity commercial use. If you remember, we have a height variance on that corner. Horizontal improvement plans are in with the city engineer for those buildings, or for one of the buildings that's on that phase currently. I think, Ryan, they're waiting for you to stamp those. Phase 2 of Junction Crossing is the one that we're in front of you today. Junction Crossing phase 2, little bit of just the commercial inspiration behind it. As you know, what our goal for this area is more along the lines of your destination retail, destination entertainment, mixed with office, some residential, but then also some passive and active recreation within the site. It is a smart growth site. When I say that, I just mean the way that we're trying to expand and grow within this site is we have some higher intensity apartments that are being built on the north. We have the townhouses that are being built with phase 2, the commercial with phase 3. Now we're trying to kind of wrap in this more of the destination, say retail, village-like / Indian Creek / some other different things that I brought in to try to kind of liven up the site. We feel that the site, with the amount of units that we have there, are rooftops that are within our development, but also the rooftops that are coming into the north, also coming into the east. We have Legacy subdivision also to the north, that we can create a nice destination that people, not just in the city of Star, but also our neighbors in Eagle, will be able to, bike or walk to this site as well. Within this site, we have 3 mixed use buildings. Those buildings are the 3 buildings kind of clustered to the center middle. Yep, right in there. Within those buildings, we have ground floor commercial, and then we have on the 2 ends, on the east and the west, there would be a total of 8 apartment or condos within those buildings, and then 16 condos or apartments on the bigger building to the north. Surrounding that, we have commercial pads and kind of laid out some commercial buildings. There's 2 along State Street that are there, and then 1 on the west side of Short Road as well. With this application and speaking with the city, we've had a couple of different pre-application meetings just because just want to make sure that we're obviously following the intent of our original development agreement with the city, but also bringing in some of the attributes and characteristics that when we first submitted to you, this is what we're trying to act on. This mixed use is a true mixed use building, or it's true mixed use development, and some of them are true mixed use buildings. With the commercial, you kind of see, well, this rendering off here to just to the side, just above the Indian Creek kind of drone shot. Those 2 are ones that we've put together for now, just to give kind of an idea and a vision to the city in terms of the footprint, also sheer building size. One of the conditions that you'll see that Sean has written in for this, if it is approved, is we would have to go through a certificate of zoning compliance to go through building materials, parking lot, spaces, those type of things. Within that, we also have asked for the possibility of 2 additional building pads that would be put on lots 10 and 11, which is in the northwest corner on the parking lot that's there now. Those would be used if for some reason those front 2 buildings come in and say they're single story and they don't use the whole footprint. We'd like to be able to maximize as much of the commercial zone as we can within this site. Obviously, the goal is this create this destination. We're really pushing and we're asking the city and the citizens to bring us some outdoor retail, outdoor service, outdoor product businesses that are in the area that are relocating into our valley. We feel that the Highway 16 connection and 44 intersection obviously is a hub for growth when it comes to commercial growth for the city. And we feel that this site is shovel ready almost to be able to market to those individuals and those corporations. Let's see here. Getting back to the mixed use buildings, you'll see the renderings on the bottom right of this slide. As stated before, this isn't the final end all be all, but this is kind of where we came through the original pre-application meetings. One of the things that we've worked on with Sean and have included in your packet is to increase our height variance so we don't have to go through and say shave the top of those buildings off. That could be one thing that we could change that we'd like to do. Obviously, our goal for these buildings is to have some more small businesses relocate, restaurants, bars, entertainment, maybe some office uses that are on the ground floor. These type of mixed use buildings add a sense of safety and security to the overall makeup of the development, being that you have residents on top living there. It's kind of like having 3 sets of eyes on your site rather than just a commercial development. Next slide. So one of the big amenities, I would say, of this overall development is this promenade that we're putting forth to the city. Internally, our roads are private streets or private drive aisles that lead to parking lots. In the middle and in your packet, you'll see a full-blown landscape plan produced by Stack Rock that'll go in a little bit better detail than just the slide that you see in front of you. But this gives you an idea of the level of commitment that we're going to make to this promenade. It's heavily landscaped. It has raised planters dotted throughout this promenade. Promenade will be a mixture of 2 types of pavers that'll help, number one, with stormwater, but it'll also give a feel of kind of a central area for people to walk in between the commercial and the center use, which is going to be a stage or a sunken amphitheater. If you can kind of tell here for those that are in the audience, maybe Mayor, if you could point, but where we see right there is the stage. And then as you're working your way to the west, we see that as being tiered and stepped down so that the stage will be basically in the middle of that common lot. The main drive aisle that you see going east and west just north of there, we can go through and block off in the middle of that. The reason that I talk about this is what our vision is we'll be able to have concerts, we'll be able to have plays, we'll be able to have movie nights, different types of events for the community and for the commercial owners that are here, but also our neighbors that we're working with, that are in Junction Crossing Phase 1, so that we can actually throw some really cool events on the property. As you're working your way to the west of that amphitheater or stage area, there's a large common area. I can't tell you the exact number, but I know that we beat the common area threshold for the city by like 3 or 4 times. We have plenty of open space for this development. We have a couple, if you're working your way north along here, this is where we see kind of the bars, restaurant, coffee shop mixed in with some offices facing into a general common area, 2 fire pits highlighted in the orange, as well as a water feature with that circle. There'll be raised planter beds, seating, and then hopefully patio seating for some of those businesses that face off of those 2 main kind of buildings that are there. This promenade that we see happening as you're working your way north, similar to some of the buildings at the Village at Meridian that have a breezeway in between that you can walk from a parking lot into a promenade or walkway, is what we picture happening for that building on the north. So even if you are parked on the north and you're walking through that building, it'll come right into the main promenade of Junction Crossing Phase 2. I'm going to jump into some of the development agreement items just because those take up a lot of my time. One thing that we noticed, and I'm sorry to put this on you a little bit late, is with the change of the zoning and code in our matrix, those items for a mixed use zone that aren't allowed in a C1 or C2. There's some items or some uses that we'd like to be able to be permitted. And so I'll approach the bench and hand these out. On the second page. The first page you'll see is a letter of support from Wright Brothers, who's our neighbor to the east. The second page deals with the allowed or permitted uses or uses that we would like to see that are allowed or permitted and not conditional uses. Those items or those uses would be arts and entertainment, bar, tavern, lounge, or drinking establishment, brewery, distillery, brew pub, wine tasting, dwelling, multifamily. Obviously, we have some multifamily units within our mixed use building. The possibility of event center, public or private, financial institution, government offices, hotel, motel. I threw that in there. I'm not opposed to taking that out, but one of the things I was thinking about was that north building that we have there. It would be a pretty cool little hotel, small hotel site. Possibly a nursing or residential facility for that same north building. Professional offices, research activities, restaurant, retail store, retail services, service building, shooting range, indoor. I'm still pushing to try to find an indoor shooting range for one of those buildings along State Street, and also a shopping center. Obviously, these are up for discussion, and I'll stand for any questions when time comes for these uses within the development agreement. Sean did a good job of kind of naming off a couple of the other items within that development agreement. Number one is the height restriction. We're asking for that to be extended to 58 feet. That is for those front 2 buildings, as well as the possibility of the mixed use buildings in order kind of to get that pitch up so we don't have to shave the top of them off. The other item that was in the staff report that I would like to discuss this evening deal with sidewalks. being on the transportation committee, I kind of feel like a double-edged sword here because I helped put in the sidewalks. But I was also part of the discussion that said, hold on, guys, let's talk about what happens when we're in a commercial district. As it stands right now, the sidewalks are already in on Short Road. We'd like to match what we currently have done on Short Road for Junction Crossing Phase 2.
You're talking width.
Width, yeah, and for them to be, so Short Road, step back, Short Road originally was approved by ACHD, the city, as a commercial collector. Within that commercial collector street section, it is an attached sidewalk, not a detached sidewalk. I am all in favor of detached sidewalks when it comes to residential uses. I am not a big fan of it when it becomes part of a commercial C1, C2 type of development, which I feel that this is pretty darn close. Plus with what's already there, we are gonna have detached sidewalks that meander through the actual subdivision itself. And we're gonna have this giant, I don't know, 40-foot, 30-foot promenade that goes north and south. I think we'll have plenty of outlets for people to walk. I'm not concerned with circulation or cutting people off for how they can basically get from one side to another. Was there anything I missed in that development agreement, Sean, other than those items? I think I covered it. With that, I'll stand for questions.
Yeah, questions of the applicant.
Yes, sir.
Councilman Hershey.
Mr. Todd, welcome back.
Thank you.
Make a condition he can't come back. No, I'm just kidding.
Easy.
So first off, government offices, way to kill the mood. But you said a 58-foot height restriction,
Sure.
maximum. And you said it was for the first two buildings start with, that's the 13,140 square foot ones. Am I looking at that correct?
Correct.
All right. How tall are you looking at, let's say the true mixed use buildings with the apartments and the business on the bottom?
Right around 46 to 48 feet.
Okay, so they would be 3-story. It's just
Yes.
3-story with
Correct. Now that we have that nice fire truck, we can build those.
Good luck.
I know you always have, there's not everything you can talk about, but you mentioned a shooting range. Obviously,
Yes.
I would like that, but are you talking rifle, pistol, or archery?
All three?
Yeah.
No, that's a bad
Yeah.
combo, trust me, because you don't go pull your bullets out. You
I don't
go
think we have enough room for rifle. I would say it would be more of pistol and archery. And the two buildings that I would see that would work the best would be the front ones. But discussions and pre-application meetings with staff led us to think, well, maybe we could look at possibly those lots 10 and 11, just because the length of those lots when we put those together could be a site where that could work if it comes to fruition. Obviously, we're on the record as saying we'd like to have one of those businesses come talk with us. And I'm still waiting for somebody like that to come by.
All righty. That's my questions for the moment.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any further questions of the applicant at this time?
Mayor Chadwick,
Councilman Nielsen?
thank you. Chris, the drawings that you've got for the combination buildings with multifamily on top, commercial on the bottom, are these representative of the buildings that you like? Do they look like what you want to build?
Yeah, they,
Open to looking at designs on those?
I think we're open to looking at like the building materials. The footprint I see is staying pretty darn close to what it looks like now. What we're trying to do and kind of that certificate of zoning compliance, the goal with that is we have Wright Brothers coming through with coming through with a fairly large commercial building on their site. We've gone through and done the fourplex apartment buildings on the north. So we want to have something that blends in well with both of those and it doesn't say stick out like a sore thumb. But we also want it to mimic some of the architectural guidelines that are within the city. Whether that's the exposed wood, some steel, glass, masonry, some of those attributes for the architectural side of things to make sure that we're kind of matching the city, but also our neighbors, because I know that that's important to them as well.
I'm looking at these and I'm thinking that they don't look like commercial buildings. They look like really large fourplex buildings. And yes, some of the commercial buildings that you put up is representative of, you know, the inspiration for this project, at least in the commercial areas.
Sure.
Seem really inconsistent.
So if you look at kind of the middle rendering that has one right above that. Yep. So that lays out the actual buildings with, say, the commercial pad or sheer and size of what those buildings would look like. On the outside of those buildings, say if you're in the parking lot, I could see how that would be kind of the case. So maybe we can look at, especially I can see where you're saying like on that bottom floor right there. I think we can look at changing those up, and I can work with staff to make sure that the bottom floor, the whole circumference of it basically looks more commercial. Because I would argue that the inside of the building with the glass and the frontage for those shops that would be facing on the promenade is going to look very commercial.
Yeah.
But I think I can see where you're coming from on the outside, say on what it would be the west and the east side of those buildings that we can do some work on.
Honestly, what I've got in mind, I drive by it every day, so this is in my mind, but there's a new development in downtown Meridian
Mhm.
where they've done this. They put the commercial on the bottom and I think 4 levels of apartment on top. It's absolutely beautiful as far as downtown development goes. And I'd rather see this look like a really high-end, I'd rather see it blend into those high-end offices and that commercial feel
Sure.
more so than the traditional apartment residential.
Right.
I'm not seeing that combination. And as I think of the goals that we have, especially in our central business district, which I know this is not part of,
Right.
but the goals that we've got in that for, you know, apartment on top, commercial underneath, and a really consistent, you know, look and feel. I think, what do we call it, mountain modern or something like that. My opinion would really work well here, and it would take it from a look and feel that is your traditional, you know, been around for 40 or 50 years apartment complex on top,
Mhm.
and turn that into, you know, something that is just really attractive and complements the space.
I would agree with you, and I'm open to having that as kind of part of the conditions of approval, and maybe we can add that into number 2 in the development agreement. Number 2 just states that we'll be submitting a certificate of zoning compliance applicant will hold with the city, Star Sewer and Water District, and Star Fire prior to that submittal, and working with an architect to show the type of the building so that they fit, look great, and match some of the existing and the stuff that's under construction. So we're open to that for sure.
And just to kind of put a cap on that, I'm not concerned about matching existing. Like if there's fourplexes and townhomes and
Right.
stuff like that around, be different.
Right.
You know, this whole project's going to stand out and look different. And I don't think you should be afraid of having a stark contrast to really set this apart.
Well, I appreciate that. Did you hear that? Is that on the record?
Hey,
One councilman.
yeah, one. So I just want to add to that then, on that condition number 2, would you be open to having it being reviewed by our architectural committee then? It will be.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Then we'll have a review process from inside the city as to meeting that mountain modern kind of feel too. So we'll have that there as well. So, okay.
Yep.
Other questions of the applicant at this time?
Mayor Chadwick.
Councilwoman Solomon?
So a couple of questions. The first one about the parking. So I think I saw that you were asking for a reduction in parking by 10%.
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
And does that include that those two commercial pads. Because right now that's shown as parking. So if you were to put commercial pads there, is that percentage gonna go up even more?
No, we would still stick with the 10% or less. Where that would kind of come into play is those two buildings that are along State Street and those pads that are there. The size of those in terms of square footage, even though they say if it's 13,000 square foot pad, if we're able to, somebody comes in, say a company headquarters, and they say, similar to what Wright Brothers is doing, we want to do 2 or 3 stories. Well, then we know that lots 10 and 11 are not going to be commercial use because we would have to have that as parking. It would just be as if those future or potential users come in and do not use the full, square footage that they could max out, basically. We wouldn't ask for any additional variance off of that parking requirement.
Okay, great, thank you.
Mhm.
My other question is regarding the bike lanes. So you have in here a 4-foot wide bike lane. Is that on the internal streets, or are you talking on Short Road?
I believe Short Road does not have, let me just get a nod maybe. Short Road does not have bike lanes, Ken, is that correct? So Short Road does not have a bike lane because that's, they consider that a commercial collector within ACHD. Amazon Drive would have the bike lane.
I'm sorry, which one's Amazon Drive?
That would be the north road that goes east-west.
It'll split the Amazon Falls fourplexes
Oh, gotcha.
and this
East-west,
development,
yep.
yeah.
Correct. And then just, I didn't hit on this, but we will be making a connection of Amazon Drive to Hamlin Road with this development as well.
All right, so that Amazon Drive, is that correct?
Yep.
That's the road that will have the bike lane.
Sure.
Okay. And then the other internal streets, like around that center where the stage, like that.
Those would
rectangle.
not have bike lanes. We positioned bike racks on the outside of building number 6, as well as building 3 and building 2, and I believe 1 on your landscape drawing. So yes, we'll be welcoming to bikes, but I think it's more of a walker friendly kind of development rather than, plus the route for bicycles, it's so short that we're trying to get people to ride their bikes there from, say, the north and come into the site and park their bicycles and then walk around. Is what the kind of feel for it, I guess, would be.
Yeah, so basically people will come in on Short Road and then they can either, so then they'll take a left.
Yes.
And then they can go to the south and park down there,
Mm-hmm.
or they can go up north and circle around the top. There's parking on both sides.
Yeah, or just go straight west into the main large parking lots on the west side.
Okay, so straight west, and then,
Yes.
so on this drawing, it has like, it's grayed out, but,
I think that's
That's the brick.
That's the pavers, I
representation.
believe.
Yeah, that's the paver
Okay.
promenade area.
like right here. Miss Jennifer, if you look on the screen.
Yes.
okay. I'll go down there. Okay.
You have more questions of the
Let's,
applicant?
yeah, just a second. And so for loading and unloading, you have a few for like the apartments. Say somebody goes to Costco
Uh-huh.
and wants to, they need to get all their stuff into their apartment.
Yes.
So
We-
there's a few loading spots there.
Few loading spots and some carports. What our goal would be is to have a covered spot for each apartment or condo that would be positioned. Well, we spread them out in the parking lot, but it wouldn't be like, say, in the the back corner of the parking lot is where your parking stall would be. It would be closer to the actual building.
Okay, so those carports are really for the residents there.
Yes.
Got it. Okay.
There will be an association that we'll put together, and it's in the development agreement with CCNRs. The business association would cover the mixed use buildings as well as the commercial buildings. And under one is, we'll call it a users association, basically. So there wouldn't be, say, split into two.
Okay. You got more questions, Ms. Jennifer?
Just one thing popped into my mind, like a park and ride. In your overall plan, do you have something like that in the big picture, the big plan? Maybe not just this section, but,
No park and rides in
Okay.
this one. No,
or any of the others?
no.
No, okay.
Okay.
That's too bad.
Yeah.
Any further
I think,
questions?
yeah, on the south side of state would be the most logical place for the commute in.
Councilman Wheelock?
Yeah, we've had parking lot discussions before, and many of them being a business during the day and restaurants at night.
Uh-huh.
And with that amount of apartments, many of those residents will be using it day or night.
Sure.
And so with the reduction, how many spots are we talking about losing potentially?
The total parking. The total parking that we're showing on this plan is 327 parking stalls. Out of that, what we would see happening for the actual apartments or condos is typically we like to look at 1.5 parking stalls per unit, because some of these units are just 1-bedroom apartments. So let's say that there's, let's just call it 2 per unit. That would be 64 of those. So it would give us another 260 parking stalls. Still a good amount of parking.
Yeah, but how many were we talking about losing if we do the 10% variance?
That would be, you would be losing roughly 30 parking stalls. So instead of 350, 357, we're proposing 327.
And we will have, I mean, the one thing we need, this Mayor Chadwick, by the way, sorry. The one thing we'll have is all this commercial, even from the Wright Brothers project that has all that parking for the evening stuff. And the commercial that's coming on the corner of 16 and 44 in the future date, that we can encourage them to work on a shared parking agreement for all that out there.
And Mayor Chadwick,
Councilman Nielsen?
this is one of the topics I was going to bring up as well. You know, in these previous projects, they've also asked for reduction of parking. And so with kind of stating that, well, there would be more parking in these future projects coming up and adjacent and all these parking agreements. So now we're going kind of all the way down the line, reducing the parking. And the net effect of this is, it has me concerned. I don't know what the net effect is, but as we continue to reduce and grant these waivers or exemptions to our requirement, I'm concerned that we're creating a situation where there's not adequate parking.
And that's a fair point, but I believe the Wright Brothers one didn't reduce the parking on there. And the only reduction was a mile down the road over here closer to City Hall on those properties to the north. So this one, I look at it in a couple ways too. I mean, would you rather see more asphalt or more commercial on there too? I mean, there's a lot of parking that's available out here. And you guys, I mean, they still haven't brought it in yet, but that 20 acres to the west is going to have a lot more parking. That's where I think that we put in an agreement that they get a cross parking agreement, even with Wright Brothers or whatever. So we don't have an issue. Can we do that, Sean? I mean, your point is valid. I don't.
And
dispute
it's not just a mile down the road, that destination sporting goods store that's coming in. I don't know if we're saying the name of it yet or not, but we did it on that one too. That's just
that one. Yeah, we're not sure. That one's
block away.
No, it's right across the street. Yeah. But can you talk to that, Sean, at all, or? about cross parking agreements or any of that?
Yeah, we can require it. And then if if you require it on this development agreement, then we will make sure that when the property to the west comes, that they reciprocate that and have a cross parking agreement with them as well.
The gap property or the no man's land property that's off of Hamlin in between the ditch and Hamlin Road. That gap property, it's
Yep.
useless when it comes to a development piece of ground. Park and ride type or, more parking if needed or overflow parking. You're not going to be able to build anything on that strip of ground. So that would be a good spot for it rather than just putting in grass.
What I'd really like to see is a 4-level parking garage and more commercial buildings.
You got the funds for that?
My pockets are dry.
Okay. Okay, any further questions of the applicant at this
Just a
time?
quick follow-up.
Councilman Hershey?
On the residential, commercial, mixed use. I liked what Council Nielsen had to say. In fact, I want someone to drive by and say, man, whoever built that, I want them building in my city. That's what I want them to say. Would you be opposed to not the 58 feet's fine, but saying that those buildings particular 48, because I don't want them to be the tallest thing showing.
The three mixed use ones, right?
Could we go 50 on those and 58 on the others? Just so we don't have to shave the buildings and have a flat top.
Yeah, it's fine. I just don't want it
Okay.
to.
Yeah, those
something
to be the
higher.
biggest. Yeah, we could do that.
Mr. Mayor, Council, keep in mind that you did allow 58 for the Wright Brothers
Correct.
building next door. So it's not out of the ordinary.
No, so that'd be the 58 on the front two along 44 and then 50 on the back three or four,
Back 3.
back three.
Mhm.
What about that one? Are you not asking for a waiver on that one on the east? In the
No, we
back?
are asking for a higher height variance on the one off of Short Road.
So will you just state again the clarification, which buildings are gonna get what?
58 feet for buildings 1, 2, and 3.
Is that this? So Chris, can you look at the thing, this one,
That's
this one, and
those
this one?
two. Yep.
Okay,
And then 50 feet for the internal, which are buildings 6, 7, and 8.
what about the future potential buildings that may come here? Are you saying stay at 35 as our standard?
Yeah, I mean,
Okay,
those would be small buildings if we even can do those.
okay. Any further questions of the applicant at this time?
Mr. Mayor, Chris, did you
John?
were you going to go into the open space park dedication at this time, or is that something you want?
Well, I thought you guys were going to bring that up. It was in the application.
It
Um,
probably should be
It
discussed.
was
Just
just,
did.
yeah.
Councilwoman
Um,
Solomon.
More question. Can you, maybe I missed it. And
Sure.
I didn't hear you talk about this already, but I believe you'd like to donate the stage area, the parks, that center park to the city.
Yes.
Can you expand on that?
So it was a discussion that we had in our pre-application meetings as a possible site for a future city park if the city decided that it was something that they would like to explore. The developer is open to the possibility, or is not even the possibility. The developer is open to the city having that once it's complete as a city park. Obviously, there's benefits for both parties when it becomes a city park. I think it's more up to the city if they feel that it's something, number one, that they can maintain, operate, with the help, obviously, of the association and what that would look like. But it's definitely something that we put into the application as, I don't know, an olive branch, I guess.
So can you clarify, is it this piece here and
Yeah.
this piece?
It would be lot 5 in the preliminary plat.
Is that this?
Yes, it'd be the whole thing. Basically, what we did for lot 5 is it would go from the edge, the west edge of that open space, all the way to the edge of the parking lot or where that little meander of sidewalk is, kind
Right
of
here.
like on an angle, that's considered lot 5, a common lot or a park area. So we were thinking, well, to make things easier, we'll put this in one common lot. And if the city would like that, then we'll do that.
So you would build the stage, the amphitheater, all that, and then dedicate it to the city, if the city would like to take it.
Correct.
Mr. Mayor, I have a question.
Councilman Wheelock.
As much as I like the idea, I just have some questions as to, with its location, the city doesn't have a park close to there. What does that look like? Are we doing daily maintenance cleanup, trying to keep that a nice area upkept? Are we servicing the businesses that are having people mulling about all the time? And are we constantly sending somebody over there to pick up after all of those business owners?
I mean, I would see
That's
it
a
as
concern for me.
if the city is taking it as a city park, then the city would control the operations and maintenance of that park.
Okay,
All right. Any further questions of the applicant at this time? Okay, hearing none. Yes, sir. Sean?
One more thing, Chris, is it the intent to create a brand new development agreement? Or are we going to modify the existing?
New development agreement.
Okay,
Yes.
So the development agreement would come back before you for
Review.
approval or on a consent.
With the
agenda.
findings of fact and conclusions, we could have the development agreement in front of the city, and that
It may be something that we want to just pull off just so we can discuss.
That's fine, but staff will provide that
You know
at a
what I'm
later
saying?
date.
Just so we can review it in entirety and discuss based off of everything we're talking about.
And one other thing, Chris is not gonna like this, but
Uh-oh.
actually, I'll wait for, okay. The concern, I guess it's good because then you can rebut it. The concern about the look of those buildings, one thing we did at our last meeting is we required that for the Barron properties, that if they did a certain type of use, that they would come back to the council for design review. It wouldn't be a conditional use permit, or it wouldn't be for the use, but it'd be for the council to review the design. So that's an option you could also place on this.
I think we talked about the certificate of zoning compliance with an architectural review already. I
We have a
don't want to
com- we
get
have a-
into a conditional use permit.
We have a committee that,
Okay.
4 of us, that does the administrative design review, but this would bring it back to the council so they can just look at it as a non-public hearing item, if that makes sense.
Chris, our city attorney, has comments.
Yeah, just to kind of clarify that, the goal was it would come back on the consent agenda, just so the council can take a look at it. And then if they wanted to pull it off and ask some questions, it would just be a conversation between the council and you about any possible changes. But it's not, as Sean was just saying, it's not a new public hearing.
Okay.
The goal is likely that it would just be a consent agenda item where so the council could just see it, if that's what the council wants. That's not but it's not intended to add a whole nother layer of approvals or anything on top of the application.
I think as long as it's not another public hearing, just in case, somebody comes in and says, I want to do X, Y, and Z, it's not another hurdle that they have to go through to get their building permit.
Mayor Chadwick,
Councilman Nielsen?
I would just add to that, you mentioned potential for a hotel in one of those buildings. I think as those ideas develop and when it comes back, we'd want to see some finality and some real direction into what you're going to do there. I would also urge you to consider here tonight, if you think that a hotel belongs in one of those buildings, then we should talk about the height requirements for what makes that a possibility. That's something that we don't have in our community. I personally think that's a really attractive amenity that our community could benefit from, very right here, right now. And so if you're willing to explore that, we'll have some public comment here. Think about that, and
Sure.
folks can comment on that as well. I'd appreciate hearing what you guys all think. And then let's come back and let's talk about what a hotel looks like.
Okay.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor and Council, one thing we can do is we could modify the development agreement to add that height waiver at a later date, and that would be back in front of the council.
Based on the use that they get, correct? Yep.
He's got the use pre-approved here as a principal permitted use, but you wouldn't necessarily have to approve the height tonight. You could bring it back as a modification depending on the size, and we can deal with it then.
Councilman Nielsen.
Mayor Chadwick, sorry, one more thing. I want to get this all out so that as public, so that you guys, when you come up and comment, you know what we're thinking. So
Yeah.
that's what's in my mind. So you gave us this sheet with a bunch of additional uses you're requesting that we provide here. And so as I look down those, you mentioned nursing and residential care facility. I would recommend that we strike that one.
We're good with that.
It feels like this is a different sort of development than that. I put a question mark on the shooting range. I'm a really big fan of that. And I know that they're noisy. And if this is a place where we're trying to attract people to come, especially in the evenings for concerts, for outdoor events and things like that, I just question whether or not that fits. I'm not suggesting that we strike it. Some usually be one of the first to say, let's do it, but let's consider that. Those are the two that I looked down the list and thought that we should have more consideration. I'm good with the rest of them.
Okay. Any further questions of the applicant? Sean, do you have anything else? You keep jumping in. Okay. All right. Do we have the sign-in? Thank you, Chris. Do we have the sign-in sheet?
It's just Mr. Todd.
Okay, Chris. Chris Todd. He's coming back. There's nobody that signed up to speak, so I guess you want to rebut what Councilman Nielsen was talking about, or?
Yeah, I mean, I like the idea of no, go ahead.
Can I interrupt, Mayor Chadwick?
Councilman Nielsen?
I also asked for public comment on like hotel and motel. Mayor, can we
I can ask.
open the floor to anybody who may have some
Can I have the
thoughts?
sheet so I can write names down if we have some, please? Okay, so I'm gonna, so Chris, before we get going on you, I'm gonna ask the public first, right? If they want to come up
Nobody
and
can
talk.
sign up for against now. This is just comments, right?
So anybody want to come speak to this? The questions that Councilman Nielsen was talking about, asking about the motel, hotel, or the shooting range? I know several in the crowd that would love the shooting range close by. Or the hotel,
Right next to the bar.
right next to the bar. Okay, so no one's asked to speak. So Chris, you could come back and
So, conferring with my compatriots over there. The 58-foot height, along with buildings 1, 2, buildings 1, 2, and 3. To explore the option, understanding that say the plan, if it was going to be a hotel, would come back in front of some form of seeing
Correct.
you guys again, right? Is if we would make that building as well 58 feet, would that be okay?
which building? The,
The back one, so it'd be lot or building.
this one right here?
6. Yes. Yes.
If, Mayor,
Go ahead, Councilman Wheeler.
if we're gonna approve a hotel or a motel or whatever you want to call it, and raise the building height, I would recommend that we not look at reducing the parking so that those parking spaces are available should we need them.
We'd be open to that if a motel or a hotel would come to fruition, that the parking lot or the parking reduction would get thrown out, basically. Yeah.
Good
we'd
with
be
that?
open to that.
Okay,
And then you're removing building 6 from the 50-foot and making it a 58-foot.
Correct.
correct. Okay, council have any questions of that one? No, okay. Anything else you want to talk about there, Chris?
Wish I had some more ground at the other side. No, I'm just kidding.
So hang on one sec. Any questions more of Chris Todd? Okay, this is kind of exciting for me here, because to me, this is a village style development there, Chris, and I appreciate you bringing a commercial component that everybody can utilize. And so I'd be really interested to see how this all plans out if it gets approved tonight. So, okay.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, it is what time is it? It's 8:35. We're gonna close the public hearing and go to council deliberations.
Oh, Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hershey.
I just want to reiterate that, let me make sure I got this right. I'm totally fine with if building 6 was, if one of the retail apartment buildings becomes a hotel, I have no problem if we say that can be 58 feet. And also, if it becomes a hotel, it sounds like it's coming back before us anyway. And it's understood that the parking would have to be reconsidered at the time too. I am currently okay with the parking because of the fact that I can see that it says day and night uses that will have little overlap. The only time I could see maybe any trouble is if they have a massive concert come through, like, I don't know, Rolling Stones want to play at our stage there. Well, as long as there's no steps, I'm sure they could get up to it. But those guys are in their 70s. Yeah, sorry. I'm very supportive of this because I think it will be a very attractive amenity to Star.
Yep.
It's got all kinds of good things in there. And with all the restrictions and stipulations we've had, and removing the nursing or residential care facility is absolutely fine, and putting an asterisk on hotel motel that we must see it again is also something I would ask.
Okay, any further deliberation?
Mayor Chadwick.
Oh, go for it.
No, I've talked a lot, Councilwoman.
All right.
Councilwoman Solomon.
So I just like the council, I'd like us to talk about the city park and what your thoughts on that. Personally, I am all in favor of more parkland, especially if it's donated, but I am concerned about the maintenance of it. It's in a very commercial area. And so and we don't have any parks on that side of the highway. So I'd be interested to see what other thoughts are. How many, was it stated how many acres, or like a half an acre?
Looks like about one.
Let me get out of that.
6 acres? 0.6.
0.6
Yeah.
acres.
Yeah.
I appreciate the applicant's thought, but I don't know.
Could we stipulate that we got to look at it first? Because I don't want to make that decision right now. But here's something I do require down the road. Oh, go ahead, sir. Because of the location of it, I think Star needs to start seriously considering a no camping type rule. Not the kids in the pup tent. I just got back from Portland, so. Wow.
That
And I
was
see this sign.
that was random, but that was
Yeah.
okay. Sean.
One suggestion would be to mention it in the development agreement that for future consideration of the
Yeah.
city negotiating with the applicant, just some sort of wording that I can bring back with the draft development agreement. So you're not committing to it, just gives it a future consideration by council, this council or another council.
Councilman Nielsen.
Yeah, so I share some of the concerns that have been presented as far as that goes. What we'd be looking at from a park perspective is probably a full-time staff there during the day to keep things up. We'd also be looking at operating an event center with a stage and amphitheater and things like that. And sure, you can probably farm some of that out, but it's a new challenge that the city hasn't seen before, and I'm not against it. And yet I think we need to really look hard at that and look at what would be the ongoing operating costs of taking something like that on. That seems to be very specific to a particular area and only a draw during certain times and certain events. So I would exercise caution.
Well, we could exercise caution by putting a development agreement to address it at a later date.
Absolutely.
Right? Okay.
Yeah, for
Any further comments? Any motions? Emotions?
I'll make a motion.
Can I,
Nope, I will not.
Councilman Nielsen.
before we get to motions, if that's all right, you know, when I was talking about the look and feel of these buildings, I'm not sure which of you guys said it down there, but somebody said, well, that's one council person's opinion. So I don't want to just have my opinion heard on what that looks like. My opinion is the applicant should go to downtown Meridian and look what's just been built there and take that into consideration. They did it really well. And I'd love to have other people's opinions as to what kind of direction we can give the applicant so that he's got a good chance of us liking whatever comes back.
Mayor Chadwick.
Councilwoman?
Yeah, so Councilman Nielsen, I would agree with you. I saw that, those drawings and to me, it did look a lot like an apartment building and I don't think that that's what we're going for here. So I would fully support, reviewing the design further.
Which I believe, as Sean stated,
Yeah,
that will happen.
Yeah.
By the committee. In the motion. Yeah. Oh, Councilman Hershey?
No, just seeing if everybody's ready.
Yeah, go ahead. We could always discuss after the motion.
True. All right, Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hershey.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve this, I just forgot the name.
Junction Crossing.
Junction Crossing, thank you. Number 2, with the following stipulations, one, the 58-foot setbacks are acceptable with,
Not setbacks, height.
oh, yeah, well, that would really mess up things. The heights, the 58-foot heights are acceptable for buildings 1, 2, and 3 with 50-foot setbacks for the mixed-use buildings unless, darn it, heights. No, heights. Man. The vertical side, no, that's horizontal. And so backwards today. Anyway, with 50-foot heights for the mixed use, unless one is proposed as a motel, then the 58-foot height is considered. However, it'd have to come back before us, and any parking waivers would have to be reevaluated as well if a hotel was brought in. Strike the nursing home and residential care facility off the approved list that was provided. Also stipulate that the portion lot 5, was it? As a park is something we will consider further down the road. And also it's already going to be in the stipulation that the Architectural Design Committee will review this, and we will have a review of this in the consent agenda. So I don't think that needs to be stated.
Was there anything else to discuss, Sean, that you have written down?
I had the sidewalks along
Oh, correct.
Oh,
Sure.
sidewalks can match what's already been done on Shore Road.
and the approval of the parking, 10% reduction in the parking. with
Yeah, you
those
put that
other
in there.
Stipulations built in.
Right, with the stipulations of the hotel.
And,
Okay.
and the shared parking agreement.
Oh, right, and shared parking agreements
Okay.
and everything else I may have forgotten.
Hey,
That's it.
Councilman Nielsen?
Councilman Hershey, I think it would be good if we were explicit in calling out this list of requested approved uses that do
All
you
right,
intend
I will
that
list
those
them.
are approved except for the nursing and residential?
All right, yes, of the 17 listed requests, all with the exception to number 10, the nursing or residential care facility are acceptable
As a permitted
as a
use.
permitted use.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second. Anybody?
Still
I'll
trying to-
second.
Yeah, we got a motion, a second. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none, roll.
I'd just like to, are we sure we want a shooting range in that venue?
thank you. Wheelock,
The conditional use
Councilman.
You can make it a conditional use permit where it comes back if you wanted to, but you need to ask him to modify his motion on
Would you
that.
modify your motion
Absolutely, it's
to-
modified that number 16 is under a conditional use permit.
Okay, we have modified second.
Modified second, yes.
Okay, Any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call.
Wheelock,
Aye.
Solomon,
Aye.
Nielsen,
Aye.
Hershey.
Aye.
Okay, that motion carries 4-0. We're gonna have to take a 5-minute recess, guys. I'm sorry for a restroom facility break.
Can we also turn on the heat?
And so we'll be back at 8. Good yet? Now we're good? Okay, it is 8:52 and we're going to continue on with our public hearings. We are on item C, the quarry at River Park Estate subdivision. I'm going to ask the council if they have any ex parte contact or communication with this project.
None.
No.
None.
Hearing none, we are, did I open it at 8:52? Did I say that? Okay, the public hearing is open and we'll have the applicant come up. Let me find your. Do you have a separate presentation, Mr. Todd?
The one that says annexation.
Oh, right here? Okay. Okay. All right, the floor is yours. State your name and address, please, for the record.
Yeah, good evening, Mayor and members of the council. My name's Travis Hunter.
Pull that down toward you a little bit there.
Sorry, there.
There we go.
Can you
Much
guys hear me
better.
better?
Yep.
And my name's Travis Hunter, 923 South Bridgeway Place. Eagle is our business address. My family owns Boise Hunter Homes, and tonight we were asking for annexation, zoning, and a development agreement for 186 acres adjacent to the city of Star, south of Highway 44 off of Blessinger Road. We are a local home builder and developer. We have about 65 employees. We have 300 to 400 tradesmen working on our jobs every single day. A lot of them that do live in Star, as well as our employees. We build move-up housing, not entry-level housing, and we specialize in building some of the most desirable communities in the Treasure Valley. I'm going to switch things up a bit here, and as opposed to explain a little bit more about our company, we got a 2-minute video you guys could watch. It might be more entertaining than me. So.
A home to me represents roots and it represents stability.
The home is the American dream. It's a part of a person's identity. It's their pride. It's their refuge. It's their sanctuary. It's their financial security.
People are what makes our business. It's our employees, it's our trade partners, it's our buyers. And so investing in those relationships, that's probably the core value that drives our business the most.
I think the Boise Hunter Homes home buyer is looking for a handful of things. The first thing is a great location in a healthy family environment. And that's where we are in the Treasure Valley of Boise, Idaho region.
We're really looking for unique pieces of property that we can develop into timeless communities that you'll look back 20 years from now and say, that's still a great place to live. It's a great place to grow up. It's a very unique neighborhood and we love it here.
The way we make the home buying experience special is our process is as easy as it can get from a customer standpoint. So with us, buyers come in, sign a contract with us, they get to lock in the price of their home, but then they get to go pick their floor plan, pick their elevation, pick their colors, go pick all the interior finishes, and meanwhile, we've locked the price of the home for them.
We create the most spectacular homes in the most spectacular settings. We've done it at a more affordable level and we've done it at the extreme level and all things in between. But we kind of focus on higher quality homes and unique architecture and very unique settings with high quality of life.
We live here, we're raising our families here, and when our kids and grandkids grow up, we want them to be able to, when they're going over to their friends' houses, say with pride that, hey, my family built this community. We wear our name on our sleeve and we're proud of what we do.
We try to build a house that is like a setting for your life story. And those things are imprinted into the memory of what you experience. And that's what we're trying to build.
When we create a home, basically it's creating a memory and we hope it's the happiest place on earth for the family that resides there. And so we just are very honored to be a part of that and to create something special for them to do that in.
Yeah, so brief intro to our company there. So as you can see on this map, the land is adjacent to Star City limits. Actually, it's adjacent to our annexed and preliminary platted River Park 1, and this community will be the second phase of our River Park community. So currently the property is a mined out gravel quarry. The ground surface is primarily aggregate, and there are no remaining profitable agricultural endeavors except for, I think we have 5 acres in corn at the top. The previous owners intentionally left the land around the edge of the lakes for future residential development. Looking at STAR's future land use map, you can see that the northern sliver, oh, next slide. There we go. Yeah, the northern sliver of our property directly adjacent to Highway 44 is designated as a commercial and industrial corridor. And the majority of the property is designated as estate urban residential, which allows up to 3 dwelling units per acre, R3 zoning. The zoning, so the next slide, the zoning we have requested is mixed use for the top component and adjacent to Highway 44 and R3 for the remainder of the project. So the quarry at River Park is designed to be an extension of our high-end lakefront, riverfront community, River Park, that we are currently developing. The majority of the lots will be lakefront. However, over 75% of the lake shores will be accessible by foot to the members of the community. The quarry will allow fishing, swimming, man-powered and electric-powered watercraft. It will incorporate excessive walkability and bikeability. Although STAR is just in the early stages of establishing a riverfront greenbelt, this community will have a paved, connected riverfront greenbelt path that connects to our River Park, our River Park Phase 1 community. Unfortunately, our neighbors to our east and our neighbors to our west subdivisions that have developed did not incorporate a paved greenbelt concept, but maybe in the future there'll be opportunity for that. The large southern lake will incorporate a boat ramp. The northern lake will include a large fishing and play dock. We have a smaller lake that will actually just be a kids play lake, just set aside for more docile activities. The northern shore of the southern lake will be a sand beach, and the shore will incorporate cabana shelters on the natural vista point that it sits on. Although much of the community will center around outdoor recreation, we will provide a modest indoor community center on the southern lake for organized gatherings and informal meetings. And last, the southeast portion of the community will just leave a natural riparian habitat that the greenbelt will go adjacent to. Next slide. So this is a highlight on the paths. So on the slide, you can see that we're providing walking paths along both the canals that go through the property. So both the top two bubbles are just a highlight of the paths on the canals. And then on the west side of our southern lake, we're gonna have a path that goes along the lake shore. On the northeast side of our southern lake, there will be a path that goes to the sand beach and the vista point there. And then on the bottom right, there'll be the greenbelt extension. Then the other amenities, these are just highlights zoomed in. A community center, a boat ramp on the southern lake, the beach, the Vista Point cabanas, fishing and play dock on the northern lake, et cetera. So the conceptual development plan we're incorporating, it's over 186 acres, 228 residential dwelling units, 1.22 dwelling units per acre. There will be commercial and light industrial on the approximate 7 acres on the northern part. We haven't outlined exactly what that will be yet. We incorporated it because it's part of the future land use plan. Our goal on that commercial spot is just to have flexibility of uses. So whatever's ripe, we can make it happen and whatever's a good fit. The total open space component of the project is 86 acres, 46%. Our neighbors to the west, the Layton Lake subdivision, they've very well communicated that they would like to not have density along the western border of our project that borders theirs. And so after our initial draft of the layout, we redrafted it and essentially tried to actually come in with less lots on that border than they have. So over the 1.3 miles of border that we share, Layton Lakes has 17 lots, and the quarry, we've proposed 14 lots. So we hope that greatly relieves their concerns of density being directly adjacent. Next slide. So the quarry is actually it's a very integral part of Star Sewer and Water's master improvement plans. So Star Sewer and Water, we've actually submitted, we've designed, submitted, and have approved plans with Star Sewer and Water and with DEQ for the alignment of the sewer and water. So what you could see, the yellow arrows, those will be 6-inch, dual 6-inch force main sewer that we're going to be pumping from the green dot on the lower right of the map. That's a brand new lift station that we're installing with our River Park Phase 1 subdivision. The blue lines are also what will bring water up into the State Street corridor up there. The unique thing about what we're doing here is basically all the sewer south of State Street, or a lot of it regionally, will come through our project, and this will be the connecting link up to Star's large regional lift station. We have seen some correspondence of our neighbors at Layton Lakes requesting a realignment of our access to Highway 44 on the north, but that would be very challenging to do for us because it's against what Star Sewer and Water has asked us for the alignment of how they would like to bring this, and we have already approved designs with Star Sewer and Water and DEQ. Next slide. Slide number is 13. So in our development agreement, we're asking for modified side yard setbacks from 7.5 feet in the development code to 5 feet. And this is actually a really important ask for us, and it's the only variation that we're asking in our development agreement in exchange for what we are willing to give up with it. The two reasons we really desire the 5 yard setbacks are the following. One, it allows us to utilize more of the front face of the lot to create great architecture. So the homes are not dominated by large garage faces. And two, you see less of the sides of the houses, which tend to be more architecturally displeasing. The second reason is it keeps the neighborhood in identical conformance with what what's already been approved in River Park Phase 1, and we just want it to feel like a consistent project. So this photo is not us. We didn't build this, but this is an existing project in Star today with the 10-foot side setback, and you can see it just leans on a heavier garage face because the product has to be squeezed more on the lot lines, and then you can see the sides of the you can see the less architecturally pleasing sides of the house more. So here's some examples. So we actually just finished this model complex 2 weeks ago or 1 week ago in Dry Creek Ranch. This is an example of architecture that we build with 5-foot side yard setbacks. It allows us to maximize the front and have it be a great feel. This will be product that we're likely building at the quarry at River Park. Next slide's another example. This is what we built with 5 yard side setbacks in Harris North and Harris Ranch in East Boise. Attractive product. Next slide. And then here's some more homes that fit on 5-foot side yard setbacks that we've built. So this is in general the product type that we'll be bringing here. So what basically with the future land use designation of R3, we are theoretically able to apply for 3 units to the acre, which is like 558 homes. We couldn't fit 558 homes on this project, but if we did go denser and we use 50-foot lots, which are very typical lots for this market, and what a lot of other developers do, we could get about 330 lots in here instead of our 65 81-foot or 65-foot wide lots, our 81-foot lots, in our half acre and acre plus product that we're going to be bringing here. So essentially, this very important ask of ours to reduce the side yard setbacks, what we're doing is we would be willing with a development agreement to commit to only building 228 homes here. In reality, it probably is us giving up 102 buildable lots. In theory, it's more, but feasibly, it's 102. So in the development agreement, what we're asking that is incorporated is that we're limited to 228 residential lots, with the setbacks for lots that are less than 1 acre in size, specifically being the front in a living area, 15 feet, 20 foot for the garage, the rear setback being 15, the interior side being 5 feet, and in the side on a street being 20 feet. We're also asking, incorporating the development agreement, we don't really have a preference on what zone that it is. We just, whether it's mixed use or whether it's C1 or C2, we're just asking for the following uses to be available as we think they might actually be ripe. Flex space, light industrial, manufacturing, campground / RV park, or a self-service storage facility. Slide is this 19. So we've been interacting with the neighbors to our west at Layton Lakes for well over a year, and they came out in opposition to our River Park Phase 1 community, and they were under the impression that Star was operating illegally and annexing it. They brought opposition to House Bill 635 in the legislature this spring that Star and ourselves were hoping would get through, as it would clarify the conflict between Star and Middleton regarding the areas of impact in Category A annexations. And they've very forwardly been just trying to be involved and control the development that is occurring around them. So since we had our neighborhood meeting a couple months ago, we began reaching out to them all individually to try to garner their support and to try to listen to their concerns. Although not all of them live in their homes yet, and some are still moving into their new homes, we've met with the majority of them individually at this point, I think I could say. And through our interactions with them, and through recent written correspondence we've seen, we've become aware of more or less 20 asks that they have in order to receive their full support from the neighbors to our west. We have vetted these asks and have concluded that we could actually accommodate five meaningful ones for them. The remainder of the list have pretty detrimental effects on our business, and they're not required by code, and we can't accommodate them. So I could roll through them. So one, we could commit to, with the development agreement, no more than 228 lots on the site. Two, Layton Lakes has asked for sewer and water stubs through our property. Interestingly enough, Layton Lakes was a community developed in the county specifically that did not need sewer or water connections. That is why in their brand new subdivision, they have large lots. It's to separate the siting of the septic drain fields and the wells. However, if they would like an easement over our property to come get sewer and water because they might want it in the future, we're happy to grant that to them. I haven't talked with Star Sewer and Water to understand the feasibility of the mechanics of it, but we can definitely grant them the access easement and leave that up to Star Sewer and Water. Number three, Layton Lakes has asked us to, when we develop, to construct a privacy fence along the western border of our properties. We can do that, and we think that that's a fine thing to have between them. What we ask in return is that they share in costs for half of it. Number four, they've asked us to move the community center that we cited that was close to the western edge of our property, adjacent to theirs, to another location because they'd prefer not to have it next to their location, and we can accommodate that. Number five, they've asked us to eliminate 6 lots along our northern lake. And although we can't eliminate those 6 lots, we did come up with a new site plan that would probably greatly alleviate their concerns, probably with just activity across from their line of sight and traffic that might go on a street directly adjacent to them. And so Todd, you could actually pull that up. So on our left was our, before the yellow drawings was our original plan that we submitted. That you could see the community center on the lower left there. We can shift that somewhere else. Well, the idea was brought up that maybe we can cul-de-sac the road that comes in from off of Highway 44 to those that borders those wide lots on our western portion of that lake. So that way the through traffic wouldn't be driving up and down adjacent to their border. And I think that's a good idea. And then we also, after our most recent version of this, we heard, hey, you should increase some of the adjacent lot sizes even more. So there's 3 lots that we increased to a 1/2 acre and 1 acre in size. And we hope that that could help alleviate some of their concerns. So in conclusion, what we're asking for is the approval of our annexation request, the approval of the zoning designations R3 DA and MUDA, and the approval of our development agreement that was stated in the prior slide with 5-foot wide interior side setbacks, limited to 228 residential lots, and those following uses allowed in the small commercial component up top. So yeah, that's what I got, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions of the applicant at this time?
Mayor Chadwick.
Councilman Nielsen?
Let's talk about those uses that you want to have pre-approved. Most of those or some of those are conditional uses. So seeking to get those kind of pre-approved here. Self-storage, we've got quite a bit of storage in Star already. I think I'm open to considering that. But really from an aesthetic point of view, not so that you drive by and see just giant storage units.
Okay.
I've got in mind, along Eagle Road, there's been some recent storage units that have been put in there that they're contained, in a building. The front of it looks like any other business. You can't even tell that it's a storage unit, except that the sign says it is. And so that's what I have in mind as far as an approval, what it would take for me. Because I don't want our corridor just to be, that sort of thing. So interested in thoughts from the rest of the council and yourself on that. Also, an RV park, I think we are ripe for something like that, but there's probably there's probably a bigger conversation to have around something like that. The flex space and manufacturing, I think it's pretty easy to do that. Our code's pretty clear on that. So I guess I'd be okay with some of these, but the rest of them, I think our conditional use process is probably pretty important for us to go through, at least on the RV and the self-storage. So I guess I don't know if that's a question, just as much as sharing with you what my thoughts are, and so the public can hear that as well for any considerations they might have. And unless you had any feedback.
Yeah, I could give you, Mr. Mayor and Councilman Nielsen. Yes, the self-storage, we're actually just zooming out, just figuring out we would actually prefer to put houses there. That's the business that we're in. We're really not commercial developers. But considering that that's your future land use plan, trying to bring something additive and that might actually be financially feasible. If there was a self-storage, we'd want it to look really nice because it'd be the entrance of our project, and our property values behind there are more important than the revenue we'd get off the self-storage. So if it was that, those just would be our interest. The RV park, it's an idea. It wouldn't be like a trailer park. It'd be like a visit. The idea would be it'd be a visiting RV park. People could pull in, stay for a few days, go fishing in the lakes, that sort of thing, and have family campground and move on. We're not married to it. It probably won't make us any money at all. Just the thought of how to use the land. And then the flex space manufacturing seems like the most likely things that might actually be ripe there. Our neighbors to the west did something similar to that. So,
you heard the last application also in a mixed use area, the combination of commercial, on the bottom floor with some residential on top or something like that. I think you can get pretty creative in that mixed use zone And you could probably even come back with like a planned unit development or something like that, that you could really use that space, I think, better than all four of these things, perhaps. And so I like that you're asking for a mixed use zone there because of the creativity that could bring. And just hesitant to pre-approve some of these things. The limit on the 228 residential lots, you put in your application that, you know, if we went to 50-foot lots, we could do so many homes. But the product you showed won't fit on a 50-foot lot. So
Correct.
I just want to call that out. Let's shoot really straight here. And asking for the 5-foot setbacks versus 7.5. I mean, we've had lots of discussions around that on this council and arrived at that 7.5 foot really is a compromise in a lot of ways. So I'm anxious I'm excited for the discussion here around that. I've seen really good product developed with 5-foot setbacks. And I'm thinking of Legacy and Eagle, some of those places around the lakes there, those homes on 5-foot setbacks are absolutely beautiful because of the way that they're constructed, the way they're put together, the way the landscaping is done, the type of products that separate them. I mean, all those things have to come into it. And I'm going to look for some real hard commitments for what that looks like. Not just some open 5-foot setback that, yeah, go do what you want. So as you come back and be thinking about that and what you can commit to really concrete, some of those pictures you showed had block walls between them, you know, really, really tall, you know, features on the houses, landscaping that goes up the house and not just, you know, 3 or 4 feet tall, stuff like that makes it look good and also be functional. So I think those are the comments I have for now.
Okay, you want to address any of those now, or do you want to listen to other comments here or questions?
I could just one of those now regarding the product. I don't know how it works in your city necessarily, but if it was something of, hey, we might approve 5-foot setbacks, but we'd want to pre-approve all the architecture. You know, we could say, here's the 15 floor plans we're thinking of building, all with 3 different elevations. And this is exactly what it would look like, and, you know, have some really realistic renderings. We could do that well. If I don't know if that's how your city from time to time operates in a development.
I don't want to
agreement
commit our staff to having that sort of workload. I'm looking over there and maybe they want it. I don't know, but look,
Sorry.
It's a stack and pack mentality that we see a lot coming through, and just fitting a ton of homes in to fit in a ton of homes in. I don't get that vibe from your project. You know, I see that, yeah, it's R3, but your density is quite a bit less than that. And I am seeing the quality of your product, you know, in that move on type housing that you're talking about. So I'm seeing a path forward, but I don't want an open checkbook here either. So
thanks.
Okay, any other questions of the applicant at this time? So I'm gonna ask a question then. What's the reason for us to do an R3 if we're actually under R2? Exactly. I mean, I just want to make sure it's out there on the
Mr.
record.
Mayor, staff's actually recommending that we make it an R2 with the consideration for the setbacks, not necessarily the 5s, but the R2 would not allow the smaller lots because they're 10-foot plus setbacks. So if you did the R2, you're gonna need to give some consideration for the setbacks.
For the waiver on the setbacks,
Smaller
right?
lots, yes.
I'm gonna go back just real quick because I want to ask a question. So on these setbacks for lots less than 1 acre in size, is the interior side the only one that's a waiver? Everything else is standard on an R3? And what's the difference between that being an R3 and an R2? You know what I'm saying?
I'm under the impression, and Sean, you could correct me. I'm under the impression that for R3, the only thing that's different is the interior side setback being 5 feet instead of 7.5 feet.
But if we were to make it an R2 and we need these setbacks to make the product work, are we going to have to adjust all the setbacks?
So the R3 has a 20-foot front, a 15 rear, and the 7.5 side. The R2 has the 20-foot front, a 20-foot rear, and a 10-foot side. So at the minimum, you'd want to allow the R3 standards, and then you will just be looking at if you want to go further down on the side setbacks to 5, as
Okay.
requested by the applicant.
All right.
And then staff's also recommending that the R2 standards stay in place for the 1 acre transitional lots up against the western boundary.
Okay. And I just want to echo what Councilman Nielsen said about those uses in the mixed use. I think it's in my opinion, almost premature to put anything in there right now as a permanent approval, because we have so much that's going on out along that corridor. I think there's some good opportunities out there in the future for it to be really, really good and sexy actually out there. So.
And Mr. Mayor and Council, one other thing, since you brought it up, the staff is also recommending that instead of the MU zone, that you do the C commercial zone, because that meets our comp plan. The mixed use would not meet our comprehensive plan. However, staff is supportive of the uses that the applicant is proposing there, because the RV park and just the RV park is not allowed use in the C zones, but it is in the mixed use. So you could require through the development agreement that the storage units and the RV park be a conditional use permit.
Okay.
Rather than a principal permitted use. And
Okay.
actually, the commercial zone is going to give them more flexibility than the mixed use, because most of the uses are principally permitted rather than conditional. So.
Okay.
Anyways.
All right. Any other questions right now of the applicant? Okay, hearing none. Thank you, Travis. We'll go on to the public side of this. We'll start here on the top. Miss Tina Collins. And please remember to state your name and address for the record, and we all have 3 minutes to speak.
Mayor Chadwick.
Councilwoman?
Sorry, can you turn up the heat again? It is freezing in here.
Hey, keeps you awake. All right, go ahead, Miss Collins.
My name is Tina Collins. Address is 4888 North Mendelson in Meridian. I have All About Lights, and we've been applying lights to Boise Hunter Homes, for about 9 years. And I've worked on several of their subdivisions, and they've always been beautiful. They care about their customers, they care about their subs. We also do some projects here in Star with other builders. Excuse me, and I have a throat thing. And we've worked closely with their office staff, their subs, their supers, the owners, and they're all excellent people. Their word is their bond. If they say they're going to do something, they do it. And their number one goal is always customer satisfaction. We're a locally owned business, and they try to do business with as many locally owned businesses as they can. And that's about it.
Okay, any questions? Okay, thank you, appreciate it. Okay, let's see. Now I'm gonna apologize. I might butcher some names because I can't read all the writing on here, so I'm just gonna put that out front. So I think it's Jared Doty.
All right, yeah, my name is Jared Doty, and I live at 4234 West Blue Creek Drive in Meridian, Idaho. And I'm just here basically on behalf of KD Roofing. We're obviously a roofing company. We've been in business 30 years now this May, and our license is 199. My grandfather, who built a ton of homes in Star and Eagle area, his license was number 6. And I say all that to say this is that's all we know, construction. That's how we make our living. That's how we make our livelihood. That's how we provide for our families. And God has blessed our company in these past 30 years and enabled us to hopefully be an umbrella to 30 plus families and a lot of men who've been with us over 15 years. And, you know, to me, it's a serious responsibility. And because of that, I have to keep consistency in our company. And the main issue is I buy most of our materials a year in advance, and just to hold them and house them and warehouse them and secure them. That way I can control those inconsistencies in the market, especially with the shortages and supply chain issues we've been having recently. You know, especially with the recent economic forecasting, you know, I would really like to see this project go forward, just because, you know, 7 or 8 months from now, we may really need this work for all our men in our company. And I am a small fraction in the entire construction job train. And a project like this employs a lot of people, a lot of families benefit from it. And they're like, my guys are able to buy homes and grow their families as well. And that's my main objective here tonight, is just to hopefully get us to see the positive influence this will have on this city of Star, and also for all the families that will be working there as well. On a personal note, I'd like to see an Idaho builder develop Idaho land. And I like to see that. I'm 4th generation Idahoan, and like I said, my grandfather, he built homes for 40 years, and a very quality builder, and just recently passed away a few years ago. But that's, I mean, he had his bags on till last week. And so on behalf of Katie Roofing, we would like to see this move forward, just for the families that it represents on our end, and what I think it represents for the city of Star and the growth we've seen the past few years here. And in my opinion, it's nothing but solid growth.
Okay. Any questions? Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, Ryan Naliko? Oh, is it Nico? Can you, when you spell your last name when you get up here, so I can spell it right on here for the staff?
Niecko.
Okay, thank you.
Address is 702 West Beacon Light in Eagle. Excuse me, I've never spoken in front of so many people before. I feel like a little nervous, but I own an excavation landscape company. I'm a native Idahoan. My wife is, our kids obviously now are. We do everything from excavating the home to services to concrete prep to landscaping, both the common areas and the residential homes. We've worked with Boise Hunter for about as long as I've been in business, almost 15 years now. We've done work in every community they've built since then. We also work with a lot of other builders, but honestly, and I'm not just saying this because we're sitting here talking about their neighborhood. Their neighborhoods are the ones I enjoy building the most. You know, over in Dry Creek, they're building a horse arena where people can bring their horses. My daughter, who rodeos, can bring her horse, use that arena, and utilize the spaces that they build. So it's not just another neighborhood where the box type houses are all in a row and it seems like every other house is the same one. They actually bring some character to the neighborhoods. They haven't let me fish in this lake yet, so I'm not too sure which way I lean on this project, you know, maybe after catching a few fish, but I think it'd be a cool neighborhood, and it's one that I'd love to be a part of. My employees would love to be a part of it, and I guess that's all I got. Thank
Okay.
you.
Any questions for Mr. Nico? Nope. Okay, thank you. Huh? Did I speak? Oh, I thought you were making fun of me. Okay, we have Lance Manning.
Lance Manning, 2048 North Foudy Avenue, Eagle, Idaho, 83616. I'm here on behalf of H&L Plumbing, my plumbing company. We, like Ryan, we've done or have at least been a part of almost every neighborhood that Boise Hunter Homes builds. We appreciate the work and the quality of homes that they build. That way we're not just, you know, plum and Cracker Jack box homes. You know, they all have, they're all very nice. They have a lot of high-end fixtures, and so we enjoy them. I'm here tonight because just like just like the roofing company, it would bring a lot of work to our company as well, and other companies. This project would, and I feel like they built a great home and some really nice communities, and we'd like to be a part of that. So that's all I've got.
Okay, any questions? Nope, okay. Thank you. Gene Tippett. He put his in block letters. That's easy to read.
Gene Tibbetts, 9153 South Perfect Lane, CUNA. I'm one of the owners of Recreation Today and also All About Lights. And we've had the wonderful privilege to do business with the Hunter family and how much respect we have for them. They are very honest and respectful people, and they definitely take care of their vendors and their customers, and they care about the community they develop in. And they've been just a pleasure to work with. I just want to attest to the positive way they go about it in their developments. You know, being able to go through several of their homes, seeing the quality of work they do. Thank you.
Okay, any questions? Okay, thank you, sir. Let's see. I think it's Raj Candola. Okay.
I'm at 21817 Blessinger Road. So pretty much all this stuff is getting built all around my house. So, you know, I own several houses here in Star. Like they said, I'm from California. Not shocked, sure no one's shocked. But, I own several houses and they're all literally just little pieces of land with a house. Neighbors can see what you're doing. Driving through those places out behind, I don't know the roads. I've only been out here for 3 months. Down Star Road, kind of out there, New Hope, I think it is. My niece has a place out there. I think it's 0.08 acres, little 1,500 square foot place. And these guys definitely build a different home. This is not your cookie cutter. It's an actual, I'm excited to see this thing grow because I can't wait to see what our neighborhood looks like. It's going to be, 1/4 acre lots. Well, in front of me, this other place, bigger lots, nicer homes. And these guys are great. My son one day comes up and says, oh yeah, some guy over there helped him, move his horses or do this. And then my kid thought he was John Wayne for a day. You know what I mean? And it was Mr. Jim Hunter right here. So then I finally got to meet them and I, nothing but good experiences. They're great people. Bought my home in April, didn't move in until June. And they watched over my property for those months. Go inside, check it out. And they had no obligation to me at all to do anything. It's a transaction, it's done. Little things need repaired. It was just a phone call. Literally in 24 hours, 2 different people are calling me. One trying to figure out what's wrong, next person trying to schedule getting it fixed. So I think they're great people. I think they're building a next level kind of home. And, they're natives of Idaho. Who don't you want, building homes like this other than them? So I think it's a great attribute. I can't wait to see it get built around me. And that's
Okay,
it.
thank you. Let's see. Oh, any questions of Mr. Raj? Okay, thank you. Sorry, I had to make sure I asked that. So let's see. Is it Tammy Castile? With a C, right? Okay, all right. Thank you.
And originally I was against the plan of the subdivision going in because it's impacting my property. I'm right on Highway 44 in Blessinger. But Hunter's been working with me about putting fencing up and making sure my property isn't impacted by their homes going in. And I've talked to Canyon County Highway District, and they're not going to make me move my barn or do anything. They're trying to figure out how to go around my barn and line it up, but they've been wonderful to work with. But I'll be honest, in the beginning, I was not happy because there's going to be a lot of cars going past my property. but they've been very accommodating. So I'm not objecting to it at all anymore.
You got more?
Nope.
Nope. Any questions of Miss Tammy?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Nielsen?
One point of order. Can you state your name and address?
Oh, I'm
please?
sorry. That was my fault. Name and address.
Tammy Castile, 22318 Blessinger, Star, Idaho.
And then are you the lady that has the owls in her barn?
And that they're not there anymore since they burnt down the barn over on Highway 16. They used to fly between them, and the Idaho Extension came out. They have moved.
All right. Thank you for coming
No
back.
problem. Thank you.
All right. Okay. Let's see here. We'll move on to, is it Mark Cron? Crone.
Yes.
C-R-O-N, right?
CRON, that is correct. Let me see, before we go, I'm gonna see if I can move this up a little. There's a couple of pictures in here I want to see. Oh,
Hang on a sec.
no, I want to go back to, oh, don't want that one.
Here, hang on. Let me control it
Right
here.
there, that
for
one's
you.
fine, right there,
Okay.
that one right there.
State your name and address, please, for the record.
Mr. Mayor and Council, thank you very much for letting me join. My name is Mark Crone, 6808 Saddleman Ranch Court. I'm those little yellow boxes right there. They're all squared off right there. I've been here multiple times over the last couple of years. When I bought that property there, one of the 5-acre lots, we're in Canyon County, and there was cornfields and wheat fields around us. Since I've been coming here in the last couple of years, you have approved or about to approve over 1,000 homes within a half a mile of my house property. 1,000 homes, and they're all gonna go out Blessinger, Bent Road, or this new road on the other side over coming out through this project. And none of those the infrastructure has not been set up. And you keep approving. So I'm not talking about Hunter Homes. They build a home, yeah, they build a good home, but it's never been about the quality, guys. It's always about the quantity. You cram them in as much as you
So
can.
you need to address us.
I know, but I'm just saying
Yeah.
but I am addressing you because you're the ones that are approving all of these 1,000 homes in this area that is rural Canyon County. Used to be, I'm sorry. It's no longer, it's part of Star because you keep creeping across. So I guess what I'm here to ask is, you got to slow down. I know you're here and all of that they come with a proposal and you'll say, okay, 228, maybe we'll knock it down to 220. And you feel good about that because you knocked off a couple of homes and everything. But what I'm saying is that there's 1,000 homes going in and no infrastructure yet has started. And I know that's Idaho Department of Transportation's problem. That's Canyon County's problem and all that. But it's my problem and everybody else's problem because we live right there. And when you start putting this many homes in 10 years, it may be okay because the roads will be in, but for the next 10 years, there's no way. And all I'm asking is, and that's why the next thing after this hearing is over, you're going to try to make impact fees so that they can start paying for some of this. Otherwise, like you said in your own blog, the City of Stars, that you guys can't provide the services to your own Star citizens. I'm a Canyon County citizen, but your own services because you can't afford it with all these new homes going in unless you get these impact fees. So you're biting off more than you can chew right now, you guys. That's all I got to say.
Okay, any
Okay.
questions? Mr. Mark?
Mayor Chadwick.
Yes?
So you said there's 1,000 homes in a half mile of your,
Roughly a half mile within probably, well, I'll expend it out. We'll go to a mile. We'll go over. Well, I don't even have to go to Canada Road and over to Lansing. I don't have to do that because you've got the Star River Ranch. You got their first project. You got this next project. And then there's 2 projects going right there that you haven't asked yet, but the builders have come and the developers have come and talked to us about putting in another 200 homes.
So we can't, nothing's been submitted to the city as an
Yes,
application.
I understand that.
So-
Well, but I am aware because I touched their property. Therefore, they have come and talked to me about the cornfield to the east of me and the cornfield on the other side of Blessinger. on the other side of their property there. So each one of those are gonna have roughly 200 homes in them. So that's 400 plus their 200 plus their other 300 and something that they're putting in River Point. And then Star River Ranch has got a couple hundred over there. So yeah, we're over 1,000 homes, and you've got 3 2-lane roads that are supposed to dump all that into Highway 44.
But 2 of those we haven't seen. Is that correct?
No, you haven't seen them.
You haven't seen
So,
those yet, no.
I appreciate that perspective and
But
your
I've seen them.
numbers, but it seems like it's a little, we haven't approved that.
Well, yes, they haven't
Because it
brought it
hasn't even
forward.
come in front of us yet.
They have contacted us by, here's
It's
what
So
we
an
part of the-
accurate
It's,
number.
it's part of the process for the home, for the developer, before they
developer-
can bring it to the city, to have a neighborhood meeting.
Right.
And
we've
that's
had
what
the-
he's talking about.
And we've had
yeah.
the neighborhood meeting, and when I add those in, we are close to, if not over 1,000 homes. And it's never been about the quality of homes, who's building them, what's building them. It's always been the density. And R3, R2, that's fine. You go R2 on their property, but if you look at it, it's a lake. You can't put houses out there. So let's take the livable land and see how many houses they're putting on the livable land. And let's call that an R2. Can't do that. You guys are taking by code, I believe you take the whole.
That's how it's
186
done. Yeah, that's
you
how
take
it's
the
done in
whole
the state.
186 acres. You don't take the,
I understand what you're saying, Mr. Cron. This is something that we are discussing and working with legislatures on trying to adjust.
it
the
has to
codes.
be livable land.
Well,
to
but
get
it's
your
not
aggregate.
the way that it's discussed in the code.
I
So,
understand that. I
right.
understand that. And then that's always been a
Right.
big question is they make such a big deal about R3, but 186 acres, what is a 150 acre lake? there?
Well, right, but that
I-
provides open space as well.
Is
as
that
well.
considered open space? There's no,
Yes.
so open space can be water, not just a park?
Correct, because
And
it's
that has to
usable,
be 20%.
it's usable open space.
Usable open
Yeah.
space. Doesn't matter if it's low.
No, because
water.
usable in a situation with the lake is they can put boats in there, people could fish on it, they could do stuff like that. That's considered usable.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yep. All right,
Council, thank you very much.
thank you. Okay, Miss Kay Harwood. And you will do fine, I promise.
You think? I'm freezing for one, so I'm shivering, so. Hello, my name is Kay Harwood. My address is 22138 Trigger Ranch Lane. And if you've heard about us, you just passed.
I'm
So
sorry.
we are located to the west of the proposed subdivision. We,
Trying to find a good one here for you. There you go.
You're all the gray on the left side of that screen.
Yep, that's it. That's it. So I mailed in a letter that represented 24 households within our area. That's 17 at Trigger Ranch, or Trigger Ranch. Excuse me. I'm nervous. Sorry.
You're fine. You'll do fine.
Leighton Lake Estates is
Yep.
17. Then there are 7 additional sites at Trigger. Leighton Ranch. Blah. That represents a collective effort of all the homeowners. And Trace Leighton, by the way, wanted to be here to speak as well, but he couldn't. He's couldn't make it tonight. So anyway, but our letter, I assume I don't need to bring up anymore. It's on record.
Yeah, we have the letter in the packet for certain, and it's online too.
Okay, so first of all, we've probably gotten up on the wrong foot because we were addressed, or representatives from Boise Hunter Homes came to us and asked to talk with us each and individually. And up front, we knew nothing really. We've never been privy to a whole lot of these details. It was very high level. And they wanted each of us to sign documents, a several page document that would give all our full support for whatever they were going to recommend, which again was really high level. We didn't have, we had a general understanding, but not, the devil's in the details. So we felt it was too preliminary to really do that. And that's kind of where we started. So since we've learned a little bit, we did have a nice meeting last week that gave us a little more information about the development, but really not enough of the specifics. And we still continue, we continue to support the recommendations in our letter. Primarily, I guess if I talk about one thing in particular, it would be the roadway, the access road. We do feel, we know of the, excuse me?
Oh, we'll give her 20 seconds here since she was nervous. You're all
Sorry.
right.
We, our primary concern is the number of lots that have been approved and that we do know are coming online. And, you know, we're just seconds away. Trigger Ranch Lane is seconds away from where they're recommending that road spill out. It's just too, the proximity is close.
So you're talking about the access point into their project with the Excel lane coming out of your project, right? Okay.
Yeah. I mean, literally, it's like 4 seconds from we come out of our area and where they're recommending, which is on the
And
west side of their commercial property. We're recommending that it be moved to at least the east side because we feel it's dangerous.
yeah, and I think that's going to be, we can't make that decision for ITD on that. That's going to be an
Understood.
ITD recommendation on where that access point's going to be, unfortunately.
Understand,
Yeah.
we understand there are other agencies involved.
Yeah.
and We have sent a letter to them as well, just so that they know what our concerns are.
Yep.
And it really is just traffic.
Yeah.
So we're hoping there is an impact study that's done that can determine all the lots that are approved and are going to be at over time using that same area. So my time's out. So
Yep.
there will be others, but that's.
You did great, Miss Harwood. All right. Mr. John White?
Not sure how I got roped into this, but anyways, John White, 21988 Trigger Ranch Lane. So I have a lot to say, I guess. I have a lot of experience, a lot of had 3 or 4 meetings with Hunter Homes. That wasn't so pleasant. Jim and Travis can probably attest to that. It all started out, they wanted to be neighborly with this project. And the first meeting I had with them was very neighborly. And then it went south from there really fast. We had they had a water mismanagement water issue that did a lot of damage to our property and other homes in our development that they didn't take accountability to. And so we just, it was not a pleasant experience. Long story short, they wanted us to sign documents to support this project. In return, they would fix the damage that they caused, that they denied causing. They said the spring, the heavy spring we had caused the high water table, and the canal running parallel to our property, they said was leaching and caused our lake to rise 3 feet in a matter of like 7 weeks. They did agree to bring in 3 pumps and spend $40,000 and pump the water out of their lake to try to alleviate our issue. There was just terrible lies going on about that, denying that they were pumping water out of their lake, but I got video pictures of them pumping water out. It was just completely, it was a travesty, our conversation. I'm a super easygoing guy, and I've never lost my SHIT before with this situation. You know, they talk about being neighborly, easy to work with, absolute disaster. That being said, we want to support this project. We want to work with them. It's been our conversation, our message to them from day one. We want to support you. I even volunteered to go to other meetings in other developments and support them if we can work this out. And I'm still willing to do that, but it was a train wreck. So that's one piece. So my trust factor with what they want to do, what they're proposing, I have zero trust in them and what they want to do. We would like to see everything in writing somehow, because what they're saying they're going to do, how do we know that that's going to happen? And so like the clubhouse, they got the clubhouse, right adjacent to our property. How do we know they're not going to put a swimming pool in there and a tennis court, and it's just going to be this, loud, daily parties going on?
So your time's up, but I want to ask you a question here real quick though. On this map that's up here now, because I know that clubhouse is right behind your house, I think, right?
Yeah.
With them moving it over, that helps alleviate the issue that you have with that, right?
Yep.
And your concern was, how do you assure that this is done? Well, we can put all this stuff in the development agreement that we have that's binding to the property. So when it comes back for a preliminary plat, it would have to do that. They couldn't put it like it was in the past, like it shows on the left over there. So that's what you're asking for, is assurances that that this will happen, right?
Yeah, that's going to happen. I talked to Jim and Travis about landscaping, putting berms and trees and all that landscaping to block all of us, out. And, they said that was easy to do. They're willing to do that, but I don't trust them. So I'd like to see that in writing. We'd all like to see all that stuff in writing. So, what's their definition of landscaping and our definition of landscaping? It's just, that's where a lot of us stand, is just the trust factor on what they're saying they're going to do and what they actually will do. The other thing I want to point out, the homes that border our property, the six homes up above, and then the couple acres, we'd like to see those be single stories. And, they weren't in support of that, but I know you guys approved it on the previous development here tonight. We'd like all those to be single stories, so they're not blocking our view of the mountains. Pretty simple ask, I think, to have those be single story. The others, we're not concerned about. The road, obviously you addressed that. That's not your decision, but that's a concern for everybody.
Yep. Mr. White, if we put that stuff, the stuff that you see here on the right, if it's in writing, you would generally support what's happening because it resolves some of your concerns, except for you want to see single story houses on those six, right?
Yeah. And then the fence, we talked to them about putting a privacy fence up. I know they threw in there to share the cost of it. Don't really support that. I'd like to see them pay for it. But what kind of fence is it going to be? We'd like to have some say on what kind of fence it is. And
so what kind of fence would you want to see if it's there?
A privacy fence.
A privacy. Okay. Just a privacy fence. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yep.
Any questions of Mr. White? Okay. Thank you, sir. Okay. We got, Tina Vucinich. Did I say that right? Did you want to speak? You don't have to speak.
I was just gonna say I second.
So before you say that, you can pull it down, name and address, please. Yes.
21846 Trader Ranch.
And spell your last name for me. So I
B
get it
like
right.
Victor, UCINICH.
Okay, thank you. Now go ahead.
I don't need to talk. But I will second everything that Kay Carwood and John White said.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, that's all that chose to speak on there. So we'll bring up the applicant up on there. Everybody that signed up on the document here, it'll go on the record on whether you were supportive of it and didn't speak, or against it and didn't speak. So Travis, I'm sorry. Is there another sheet out there? Is there another sheet, Ryan, or is it just two? Well, hey, real quick though, is there a second sheet? Just two? Okay. So we'll let you come up and speak on that one. And just state your name and address, please, for the record.
Sure. My name is Laura Profit. We're not currently living on Sugar Ranch Lane, but building and we'll be at 22154 Sugar Ranch Lane.
I'm sorry, say it again.
22154 Sugar Ranch Lane. In regards to the proposal for the one-story houses on the properties adjacent on the, I guess it would be the North Lake. It's not just about the view facing east. It's about if we have two-story houses, they're now looking into our backyard if we're on the lake. So not thinking about facing east, but facing west. If I'm on our pond in our backyard, now I have people in two-story houses looking into my property.
Okay.
Okay.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you. All right. So Mr. Travis, are you coming up to? Auxiliary slides. Is this a supplement?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, Mr. Mayor, and council members. So I guess I'll hit the single level request first. So the single level request is something that we do not want to accommodate. To give you guys an idea of the scale of the distance between their house and our houses, we're not talking 10 feet, 50 feet, 100 feet, 200 feet. Those are the distances, but between about 440 and 600 feet. For scale, you could fit an Albertson Stadium. That's the middle one right there, 585 feet between where our future houses will be and where their houses are. So I think it's an unreasonable request. And also considering that Leighton Lakes, we're not matching in kind what they have built. They have two-story houses there. So we feel like it's an unreasonable request and we don't want to accommodate that. Second, we could talk about the access at, we didn't even talk about, I could address this one. Anyway, one of their items in their letter, they asked us to have, to remove the overhead power poles on our property. So the diagram on the left shows Leighton Lakes has 24 overhead power poles on their property. We have 10. Our overhead power poles were there before their property was bought and developed, et cetera. And it's not required by code. So we do not want to accommodate the overhead power pole underground. We may in the future, actually, depending on the design. On our internal streets, we typically do. But before we get to that level of detail, I don't want to commit to removing a certain amount of overhead power poles. So I'll talk about access to Highway 44 in there's a request for stoplight at Blessinger. As said before, that's under the purview of ITD. I'll mention a couple things. So one, at Blessinger, we actually voluntarily are putting in an acceleration lane that's heading eastbound, not because ITD required it. We just thought this thing's going to stack up in the morning. You know, have you ever tried to turn going east, anywhere on State Street in the morning time? It's tough. So on our dime, it's probably going to cost us $500,000. We're putting in a voluntarily acceleration lane at Blessinger and 44. If ITD suggests that there's a stoplight there and there's a cost share agreement or they condition on us, we'll comply with what they say. An interesting thing too is, so we just completed a traffic study in the last couple days. We're going to be submitting with our preliminary plat, but only 30% of the residents are going to access our property off of the northern.
I don't know if that's
Doesn't
going to work.
work.
It doesn't. For our new TVs
off
don't
of
work.
the northwest access there. 30% will go in and out, but because of the traffic patterns and the alignment of the rest of our project to our adjacent project, River Park 1, 70% is going to go out there and go out on Blessinger. So that's very beneficial for anyone using that or the Leighton Lakes access. The other thing to note is our access has been there before the development of Leighton Lakes and was part of a commercial gravel mining and crushing operation for decades before these guys built their community. Let's see. So Councilman Nielsen, talking about your thoughts on landscaping. So we're not submitting for preliminary plat on this, obviously. But when we do come in, we'll have landscape plans, and that could be an opportunity to talk about architecture and submit some pre-approved architectural plans that might work on 5-foot side setbacks. Let's see. In regards as well for talking about the RV park usage potentially in that area, we're happy. That's not a make or break deal for us, and we're happy to go through a CUP to get that approved if that's a viable use. Yeah, and then talking about John White's testimony. So yeah, we didn't get off to a good start. Well, we got off to a good start initially, and we were dewatering water into one of our large lakes that was permitted, and water level on his lake did come up. Part of it was relevant to what we were doing. Part of it, their lake was also has always been 3 feet higher than their neighbor's lake to the north, just because of groundwater conditions, and we have topo shots that showed that. Anyway, it was not an enjoyable experience, and I apologize for that, John. And I realize you probably don't trust us because when you get into underwater hydrology, it's like it's a complex issue. All the factors that go in. The groundwater does come up in the spring, and the first time you observe it, there's a degree in which that does that. Groundwater does seep out of adjacent canals to a degree. Measuring the amount that was relevant to us and relevant to natural causes, it was debatable. We got into some tough discussions on that. At the end of the day, we came in and fixed their problem, and we hope to have a better relationship moving forward. Yeah, in regards to Mr. Crone's comment, improvements. Yeah, the regional improvements in the area, those are issues that we all have to be cognizant of. The improvements that we are doing, we're putting in backbone sewer infrastructure, supplying us building and a sewer lift station, water lines, voluntarily putting in the acceleration lane at Blessinger and 484, and we're going to improve the intersections to however ITD would like us to. And I think that's, unless there's any other issues you guys would like me to specifically address, those are what I have.
Okay, go ahead. In the microphone there. It's not your first rodeo.
Oh, I'm new still. I have questions about the flowing of the roads, and maybe this will address some of the Leighton Lakes people and whatever, but if you were to close off the end of that road, Mayor, you know the
This
one I'm
one?
talking about, that one? Yep. If you closed off that and made it into a gated community, whatever that is, and so it only had traffic from that, and bumped the road over so that it went straight down.
So they did modify and
Instead of,
proposals.
instead of going
Sorry.
instead of going over and back, if you just pop straight through and make that other lane also a cul-de-sac, so that you didn't have a down and back traffic pattern, it would lower the impact to the west. It would lower the traffic. I agree with you about the houses are 500 feet away from them. I understand that. I feel like that's far enough away. I have 500 feet houses for me. I'd like them to be one story. It is a little far for me. But if you're worried about people looking in from the other neighborhood, it's just because their subdivision's a different name. You still have next door neighbors that are closer than that. So, but the straight in shot, I think, would lower their traffic impact to them. And I think it's worth looking at and moving the clubhouse.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Wheelock, Todd Tucker with Boise Hunter Homes.
923 South Bridgeway Place in Eagle. Just so that I understand what you're asking about, on the yellow dash lines that kind of wind around, you're saying instead of going to the west right there, just make that connection straight down. We had talked about that. One of the issues and one of the reasons why we didn't go that route is there's a canal there with an existing crossing over it. And so for us to build another bridge, we don't know the exact cost, but we know it's going to be in the hundreds of thousands of dollars, possibly $1 million to build that bridge, another bridge over that canal, where we have one that is already existing and has been there forever that we can put the road over. So that's the reason why when we looked at realigning this, we didn't make the road go straight down like you're suggesting, is because that's probably a $750,000 to $1 million bridge that we've got to add in that location so that road doesn't go over, where we've already got a bridge there. And we've already got that east-west road is called Landreth Lane. It is a collector road that will run that distance. We think a lot of the traffic is going to funnel through that anyway. And so that's one of the reasons why we didn't change that aspect of it, is just the cost of building a bridge when we've already got one there and it functions properly as we have it designed.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any further questions of the applicant at this time? Well, this is your last chance,
Yep,
actually.
I'm
So this is your
going,
last chance.
oh, go ahead.
Councilwoman Solomon.
Thank you. So we did receive a letter from the Middleton School District, and did you have a chance to look at that?
No, ma'am.
So I appreciate, your effort, like the infrastructure and the jobs that you're creating, and, you have a lot of support from your partners here. But I think we do still, Middleton submitted a letter saying that, basically, this project is going to bring 114 to 160 students. And well, the letter doesn't come straight out and ask for us to, that they can't support it. It's going to impact all of those students. And so my question, I guess I would like to see at some point we schools need to become part of our if we have to do some, like later on, we have a mitigation fee for police and fire. And I think that we need to think about doing something similar with schools. So I guess, would you be open to that discussion?
We, Mr. Mayor and Councilman Salmison, yes, we would be. We wouldn't want this project to be conditioned on that, but we're actually in support of impact fees where they need to be for schools and for roads to function how they do, fire departments to police departments, all the above. We're happy to even be part of those discussions with Middleton School District or anyone else you would like us to be part of. And in general, we're in support of those ideas. There's critical stuff that has to be there, and schools are one of them. The nice thing, though, about this project is, so this is going to be a continuation of a River Park Phase 1 project, and we're not bringing all these units online tomorrow. We still have to come in with a preliminary plat. In general, between the project as a whole, if things were going gangbusters, which they're not right now, we might do 100 units a year. Does that mean coming up we're doing 50 units a year? I don't know. Sales have slowed. The market's on a severe downturn at the moment, right? So I don't think that it's an imminent threat that you got this many there's time for that to be figured out, and we're not going to have an immediate impact, but we're happy to be part of those discussions.
Okay. And so like tonight before us, we're just talking about the annexation and, some of the things, that we're working out here. The preliminary plat will look maybe similar to this, but it can still be different. We still have to approve that. So that will come back to us, the preliminary plat. We can work out more details. But I guess when we get to that point, I would like to just state that that's going to be one of my top concerns is you know, what do we need to do to, make sure that our current students, that they get the same level of service, with this growth.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other comments before do you have a comment? Okay, any more comments before we close the public hearing? Just a couple of things for me is I know you talked about on this road access right here, Mr. Travis, this one here, where sewer and water is or sewer is running to this location. You could still run it to that location, correct, if you had to shift it over, right? I mean, this is a concern right here, I think, on what do we need to do to try to mitigate. This is the big worry that I have, is you got guys coming out of the Trigger Ranch Lane trying to accelerate in here, and all of a sudden you got someone taking a right and doesn't see them. And I'm sure ITD is going to address that, but you would have to move it, obviously, if ITD tells you to do that, right? I mean, they're going to dictate where that's going to go.
Correct.
Correct? Okay. But if they do move it down here, would you just continue to run your sewer along here to connect to that regional station? Or do you have to shift it and go over? I mean, I guess I don't understand that part.
In general, I guess the common practice for sewer lines is they're running roads. Otherwise you got to cut through people's private property with sewer easements. So that's just how that's in every context how we've done it.
I just want to avoid somebody getting killed in the future on your subdivision, right?
We agree
on that. So I mean, anything we can do to try to alleviate some of that challenge there, I think would be well suited for the project.
Mr.
right?
Mayor,
And for everybody
Mr.
around.
Mayor, you have someone from the sewer district trying to get your attention in the back.
You can, yes, come up here and comment for me, because he's with sewer and water also. He's our city engineer and the Star Sewer and Waters engineer. Well, now he's on their dime, so make sure you charge them.
I'm sorry, it doesn't matter anymore. I just want to comment that our proposed regional lift station that has been brought up sits directly across the street from where this line is coming through. And as a standard practice, the Star Shore and Water District no longer runs water or sewer mains inside of ITD's right of way, because they make us sign an agreement. And this is ITD, not ACHD or any of the highway districts, but ITD makes any utility running in the right of way sign an agreement that if that has to be relocated in the future, it will be done so at the utility's expense. And so as a practice, we at the sewer and water district do not run water and sewer mains inside of any state highway anymore.
But they can, I mean, let's say that's the case and they shift this down. You would still have to bring it over to the left somehow to run it straight across in a sleeve or something, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that could be done in a common lot, but we will not do it in the right of way.
Okay, and that will get all vetted out, obviously, with the preliminary plat, right?
Correct.
But I would take into consideration though, Travis, just the concerns we have with the traffic issues right there on that, so. Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
Ryan Morgan, Star Shore and Water District.
Okay. All right, any other questions for Mr. Travis?
Mayor Chadwick.
Councilman Nielsen?
So frankly, you haven't convinced me on the 5-foot setbacks. Last chance.
Yeah, it's probably the most meaningful. It's the only area that we're asking for a variance or a deviation from standard practice. It's super meaningful to us, and we could work really closely with you guys to make sure that there's fantastic architecture. We're actually really skilled at that, and we build a high-end move-up house, and just all the product that we've built in unincorporated Ada County, Meridian, Boise, in the past, we've done off of those setbacks, and we would love it if we had them.
So
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Nielsen, I think we understand your concern. You had a lot of the same concerns when we came through with the River Park 1 presentation as well. I guess, and I appreciate your question. I kind of wanted to flip it back to you. We understand that we haven't convinced you yet. Is there something that we could do to convince you of the fact that that what we're proposing or what we're asking really is for the betterment of not only our own development, but for the community as a whole. The architecture that we have committed to design and build, the landscaping that we have committed to design and build, and that we are willing to provide with our landscape plans when we come in with the preliminary plat. We'll provide architectural renderings, floor plans, elevations, color palettes to the city. Like Travis said, this really is the one thing that we're really asking for is a 2.5 foot reduction on either side of the home for setbacks. And I think we understand the City of Star's kind of position, why you guys are at that with your setbacks. But we just want to work with you all and provide you whatever we can to alleviate some of those concerns moving forward, so that we could get approved for the 5 foot side yard setback.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. I think initially what I provided by way of guideline that you could come back with was some hard commitments on what that was going to look like. And what you came back with was, I can't provide any commitment, but we'll show you later. And so that there's the blank check that we don't know what that's going to look like. Now, look, there's no question about the quality of the product you guys build and what you bring. And at the same time, if you reduce your density by a few lots, you can put that 5 feet, per lot. You can fit it in there and you can still make money in your subdivision. So without that, I'm not willing to just give you guys a blank check. I'm done giving that to developers. Regardless of how great of a product that you build and how awesome your company is. And I say that with all sincerity, no sarcasm in there at all. Just that blank check's done. It's sailed in the City of Star. And we've had too many things come through that just don't work out the way that everybody hopes that they will. And so without putting that into a development agreement, it's not going to get my yes vote here tonight.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Nielsen, if we did add that to the development agreement, which I think we're willing to do, you mentioned that it might be kind of a strain on staff. Sean seemed to think that they would be willing to do that review. I think, I don't want to speak for the hunters, but I think that this is how much we really want this. We would be willing to put together an architectural package in the development agreement that lists the homes that we will be constructing within this subdivision, the landscaping that we will be constructing. We have to provide that with the preliminary plat application anyway, but I think we're willing to commit to add that to the development agreement so that it is in writing and it's locked down, and we make that hard commitment to the City of Star that this is the product that we will construct. This is the quality that we will construct. In turn, getting a little bit of a relax on a side yard setback.
Got it. Thanks.
Okay, and I just real quick, Todd, and you guys, I just want to clear on that first phase that we dealt with. Did you have 5 yard side setbacks on everything or on certain lots?
Mr. Mayor, it's 5 foot side yard setbacks on everything.
On everything?
But we didn't have, and just to clarify, we're only asking for those reduced setbacks on the lots that are smaller than an acre. We're obviously going to meet the setbacks. We have plenty of room on an acre lot, but our 65 and 85 foot wide product and our half acre lots that we've got, it really does benefit us in our architecture to be able to get a reduced setback on those. But in River Park number 1, the development agreement just states R1,
all of them,
R3 setbacks basically.
Okay.
With the reduction to the 5 foot setback.
Yep. Okay. Okay. Any further questions of the applicant? Okay. Going to hearing none. This is 10:21, and I'm going to close the public hearing and go to deliberations. Anybody? Jennifer's eager. Go.
I'm not eager. Well, I'm willing to talk about the 5 yard setback. Did he convince you, Mr. Nielsen, Councilman? I guess where I see it both ways. I mean, yeah, I could drop a lot or two in there and probably make up the difference. But 2.5, I'm okay, I guess. Bottom line, I'm okay with with granting that 5-yard setback, side setback, with that number of lots.
Okay,
Anybody else want to comment on that item?
Yeah, I've seen this go both ways, and
I haven't.
well, we have a lack of better terms, some army barracks looking things that have happened. But I've also seen in this company in particular, where they've done it right. I don't know how else to say it. Where the houses look good and the setbacks are closer. I don't have too much issue with it. I worry. Well, I always worry what my fire department has to say, and I see him standing right there.
it's too late.
Okay, I'll just look at him. He's okay. Well, the letter didn't address it, so I thought that must mean it's okay. And the road thing, I obviously that's completely out of our control. Because I've seen their product in the past, and it's very case by case with me. I'm more comfortable with their 5-foot setbacks on the side yards.
With the condition of what they talked about of bringing in
Yeah, and
resident
the way they
renderings and stuff like
And the way
that.
they stagger and all that, they've talked about that in the phase 1. I remember that clearly. When it comes to all the other conditions, like the single stories along those 6 sides, I can understand wanting that, but I can also, 500 feet or so, that's quite a distance. So I'm not overly concerned there, but I'd be willing to give them the 5-foot setbacks, especially if they would do the single stories on those 6. I think that'd be a nice, because I really like 5 foot in single story. To me, seems like it fits more than 2 stories and 5-foot setbacks.
Well, those properties there would not, I mean, they're 2-acre lots. They're considered 2-acre lots with the water, so they wouldn't have the 5-yard setback.
Okay, yeah, never mind.
Correct, Sean? I'm sorry, 5-foot setback, not 5 yard.
No, the 1 acres and above are
Right,
R1.
right.
All right, yeah, so I'm pretty much, because I've seen their product and I don't think they would falter on this and the conditions we could put in to show us, I'm okay with it.
Okay, any further discussion, any motions?
Mayor Chadwick,
Councilman Nielsen?
I think the first thought I have is to table this and ask the applicant to come back with a plan that is going to demonstrate what a 5-foot setback looks like and give us that level of detail that we can put into our development agreement. I think given the hour and given, where my thoughts are on that's where I'm heading.
So I'm going to ask Chris a question. Okay? Based off of what you're saying. Can you put in the development agreement, not grant them the 5-yard setback today, but at preliminary plat, that you can grant them the 5-yard setback and reopen the development agreement, grant them the setback with the renderings and stuff like that at that time?
You can always reopen the development agreement, right? I mean, there's a public hearing process. And so once you can always, between the city and the applicant, you can always consider that. I think you could build into the development agreement that at the time of preliminary plat, based on the application at that time, the city would consider. At this time, the city, if I'm understanding maybe correctly, the city is not granting a waiver for the side setback. But at the time of preliminary plat, the city would reconsider that based on the application. And so you could build that into the development agreement. So you could have that kind of as a placeholder down the road and make the decision then, depending on the information you get. I don't know if that's sufficient for the applicant. I mean, there's a risk there, of course, but you can, as we've talked, development agreements are contracts, right, between the city and the applicant. So you can build in language there that's going to work for both sides. That would maybe protect the city's interest this time until you get the information you need to make a final decision on that.
Okay. Just for food for thought for you, Mr.
No,
Kevin.
I think that's completely doable. I just don't want to make that blank check.
No, I understand. Yep. Okay. We have any motions?
I'll try.
Do you have something to say?
I'm still just pondering.
Okay. Do we have any motions?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hershey.
I hate doing this. All right. Make a motion. I don't know how to state this one. That we approve the annexation and the development agreement with following stipulations. First off, make it an R2 with R3 setbacks. Second, there will be a conditional use permit for the mixed use area, or actually strike that. The mixed use area, let's rezone to C1, I do believe, and make a conditional use permit application necessary for any storage facilities or RV use. Second, the 5-foot setbacks are tentatively granted if the development agreement, after going through the review, or after the preliminary plat goes through the review, comes to us and is acceptable with the stipulations and of course, the architecture and all that. I can't, and also the fence. I'm not having the neighbors pay for a fence. I don't think I could even enforce that. So I'm gonna say I'm not having the neighbors pay for that fence. And I swear I'm missing a lot of things.
So the number of lots, I mean, you granted an R2, but it's a 1.1 something or a secret.
Number of lots is capped. What was theirs? 228, I would believe. So
Okay.
the cap that they stated. So yes, we're gonna go to R2. However, it's capped at the 228 to leave it at a 1.2. And strongly recommend that they look at, yes, I understand they might want 5-foot setbacks on all smaller lots, but in all reality, I believe I would give just counsel that they should be limited in doing that and try their best to not. And you're pointing, so please just.
So we need to, you need to make sure that that's in your motion too about locations of these items.
Oh, absolutely, yes. The
In your
clubhouse
development
that was discussed by Mr.
White.
John White, yes.
So if you just, I guess if we follow what is proposed on this concept plan.
Right, we'll follow the revised concept plan and make sure that clubhouse gets moved, and also the landscaping will be reviewed and approved as well. Oh, goodness.
Is there anything else, Sean? You think?
Does the landscape include the berm?
Landscape include anything that's something can grow on.
Okay.
So it would not include my
So,
head.
we got a motion.
Yeah, and someone please read it back. I know it's a disaster.
Do you have it, Sean, on the stuff for the development agreement?
Yes, I have R2 with R3 setback standards. I would like to make that R3 standards for the smaller lots and R2 standards for the lots transitioning
Noted, yes.
west. C1 zoning up out on State Street with the RV park and the storage units being a conditional use permit. Side yard setbacks of 5 feet if is tentatively approved, subject to architectural review, or if it's subject to architectural exhibits submitted at preliminary plat for further review and approval by council, something like that. I'm just kind of making that up.
I don't think that's not what I got.
All he
Chris.
said was side yard setbacks tentatively approved 5 feet, approval with architectural review. all he said,
at preliminary plat.
preliminary plat.
Yeah, expand if needed.
Then fencing along west built by applicant, and I'm gonna add solid fencing
Privacy.
along, or privacy fencing. Lot count capped at 228 lots maximum. Clubhouse moved to the east side of the property. Cul-de-sac, the western road. That's all I have.
Can you just do it as revised per this conceptual plan?
Okay.
I mean, leaves it out for you right there exactly.
Okay.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second? You can second it with and ask for a revision too.
I'm gonna second.
You got a revision?
No.
Okay, we got a motion and a second.
I think I got it.
What?
I'm good.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
One quick question for Councilman Nielsen. Does this satisfy your desire to have a second look at the setbacks?
I don't think that it does.
Can you please revise it to allow me to amend it?
Yeah, so a couple of things. That one first, I think what Chris was sharing was that we don't approve the 5-yard or the 5-foot setback at this time, but we allow a provision for making that in the development agreement after they've brought forward what those plans look like.
At the preliminary plat.
All right,
At the preliminary plat.
Councilwoman Solomon, will you remove your second?
Hang on, he's not done.
Oh.
And then the other thing, I'm curious why we would require a fence along that western border, given the distance from these homes, and there's a road along most of that. So I'm unclear what that fence provides, and requiring the applicant to do that. I guess I'm not sure that that's something that makes sense to me. And whether or not the applicant wants to build the fence and cost share with the homeowners of Layton Lakes, I think is still something that they could work out on their own.
Yeah, that's why I said I cannot condition that.
But having the fence, are you requiring the fence as part of your motion?
Well, since it wasn't brought up, other than they wanted to cost share it. I'll have to look at it. All I know is I am not gonna entertain anything that allows a cost sharing without their own doings.
So you don't want to get into the financial side.
Absolutely not.
So
That's.
are you or are you not conditioning that a fence has to be built?
Well, a condition has to be built, but trying to remember where that fence was. I want to make sure I don't get the wrong one.
Sorry,
Hang on, so we can't take any input here any further.
It's along that western border.
But the green belt is down below. I think it's on the green belt side down below, going down across that.
Where there's a walkway on the
Correct.
south of that formerly known as the clubhouse.
Oh, and that's the area where, actually, yes, and I'll tell you why. Because I believe strongly that you define your borders. And if they want to agree that they don't need it, absolutely fine. But I'm saying if they have to put a fence there, I'm not having the existing residents pay.
Well,
for it.
but we don't even have to put that in our motion. That's entirely up to them to work it out.
Right, okay.
If you decide you want a fence there, you can put that in your motion to have the fence. It's up to them to figure out how that gets paid for. And
All right, well, actually, I'm gonna say this. Same as the setbacks, I'm not approving it. But when I see the preliminary plat, if I think it's needed, it's gonna be there.
I really am not sure where the hell we're at. Excuse
Yeah,
me. On this.
This
To be
is
quite
why we
honest
don't
with
go
you,
past 10. I get
I
confused.
am very.
All right, I'll
So
start. it
can we
all
just, can we redo this whole motion?
Yes.
Can we strike that motion, Chris? legally?
I think that
Can we do
motion
it?
struck
He can
itself.
withdraw his motion.
You want to withdraw your motion so we
Yes.
can read?
I withdraw my motion and I'd like the tape burned. And I'll start it again. Make a motion that we approve the annexation and zoning, of the quarry at the River Park with the development agreement with the following conditions. First off, the mixed use is revised to a C1 designation. The storage and RV, if a storage and or RV is proposed, it has to have a conditional use permit. Second, the 5-foot setbacks at this time are not approved. However, upon review of the development the preliminary plat, we're going through all the review and coming to us, it can be at that time revised to be approved. Second, the lots are two. Yes, I'm getting here. I'm getting here. Yes. The remainder of the property will be designated R2 with R3 setbacks. And the fence, if needed, is also whatever they decide. But that will be reviewed in the preliminary plat as well when we have much more detail. Also, the roads and all the movement, all the revised conceptual plan, all the changes in the revised conceptual plan are adopted as shown.
In number of lots?
Capped at 228.
He talked about that, Sean,
Yeah.
right there, for the revised conceptual plan.
And the landscape plan will be also, the setbacks, everything will be reviewed in the preliminary plat.
Right.
Mayor Chadwick, before this motion is complete,
It's never going to be complete. I don't know what I'm saying.
again, on the fence,
Yes,
having something, you say the fence if required. The fence isn't required. And it's not part of the application. It's a request from the public. And so if you're going to put something in there about the fence, then you if you're not going to require the fence, don't say anything about the fence. If you are going to require the fence, then that's got to be definitive in your motion.
right. Well, I'm trying to remember if there's a berm there or not, or anything like that.
Well, a lot of that's not going to be decided until you get to the preliminary
You-
plat.
And you can see on the concept plan, I mean, for a good portion of that, there's a road.
Right.
And so when you're talking
Right,
about a
then,
definitive boundary, there's the road and then there's the pathway and some landscaping. And so in your mind, is there a fence required or not?
Well, the same as the setbacks. I'll say it's not required, but when I see that preliminary plat, if I feel like there's not been enough done to delineate between the two subdivisions, it'll be considered at that time.
Okay. You got that, Chris or Sean? Okay, good. God. Okay. Anything else, Sean, that was discussed previously? Okay, we got a motion. We have a second. Oh, good Lord.
I'm not making another one.
Councilman Hershey, can you take the language out about the fence and then I'll give you a second?
Or I'll take the language out about the fence, but
I second the motion.
Okay, we got a motion, a second. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none, roll call.
Wheelock,
Aye.
Simonson,
I
Nielsen,
Aye.
Hershey.
I,
Okay, that motion carries 4-0. All right, we're gonna move on to these the public hearing.
Picking on the new guy.
So we'll get everybody out real quick and then we're gonna. And I'd just like to thank the interpreters that were here tonight. Thank you very much. And thank you for staying late. So if everybody could head outside to talk, that'd be fantastic. Okay, we're gonna move on to item 7D, the continuation of the public hearing on the resolution for the police and fire mitigation fee. We had a public hearing that we opened last city council meeting. And here is the mitigation fee resolution. Oh, dang it, this is not the right one. Where'd that go? That's not it. Well, let me tell you, so we could approve this with some changes on it. It's on the packet, but we made an adjustment to some title. So just so you know, did you want to speak by the chance, Ken, since you drove out here and stayed all night? Okay. Do you have that sheet, Ryan, for that one? Okay. It's, well, whatever got downloaded on here is the old one. Unless I missed something here. No, but I missed something here, so we'll just have to correct it. Yep. Okay, so Mr. Ken Burgess, why don't you come up on a continuation of this at 10:42?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council. I've learned a lot sitting here tonight. And one of the things I've learned is that those chairs are really not that horribly comfortable.
And Mr. Ken has had to put up with me all early morning at another thing.
Well, Mr. Mayor and council, my name is Ken Burgess. I live in Boise, 7200 West McMullen Street in Boise. And I'm here today representing the Building Contractors Association of Southwest Idaho. And particularly with relation to this proposed mitigation fee, I want to say on behalf of the BCA that we don't love this idea. But we very much appreciate the fact that the city of Star, and particularly Mayor Chadwick, had come to us and basically said, look, you know, we have a collective problem here that we've got to figure out how to solve. And so we worked through a number of negotiations and discussions, and the product that you have in front of you is the result of that. I want to say just generally on the subject of mitigation fees and impact fees that, I mean, you've heard a lot of the developers and builders say this, that we're not opposed to paying those types of impact fees. The challenge that we're really facing right now, and this is happening on a statewide basis, particularly in smaller and medium-sized taxing districts around the state, is because of that 8% cap that you're now dealing with on your budget growth. We are seeing fees of all kinds continuing to just get creeped up and piled up on housing developments. And so that's been a broader political challenge that we're dealing with as builders all around the state. I want to at least leave you with a couple of statistics that I think are interesting. First of all, this is a report from the National Association of Home Builders in which they do a calculation, and this is a nationwide number, that on a percentage basis, the latest estimates, these are 2001 numbers, show that regulations imposed by government at all levels account for 23.8% of the final price of a single family home. So we're constantly dealing with those types of regulations, and that's all levels, federal, state, you name it. And so that's one of the challenges we face. And the other thing is that they also do what they call a priced out analysis. And again, this is done on a nationwide basis. And for Idaho, for every $1,000 increase in the price of a home, currently 954 Idahoans are priced out of the market. And in the Boise MSA here, that number is 277 people are priced out of the market. And that's based on an analysis of what the median price of a home in that market is compared to the income that you have to have in order to qualify for the mortgage. And so while we hope that this is a temporary situation, we do appreciate the fact that we were able to work out an agreement on this front. And I hope that as things move forward, hopefully, depending on how the market goes over the next year or so, we hope that this is a reasonable solution that can go away at some point.
And at some point, and we have the commitment from the BC to help us battle the main factor of that House Bill 389 to try to get that changed too. And the realtors, I believe, are on board with that as well.
I have a quick question. You said every $1,000. So let $400,000 house and it goes to 401. 900 some odd people can't. Is that accounting for the interest rates flying up too? Because I know that's got to be killing people.
Well, the interest rates are factored into that as well. Let me get you that exact number on that one, for example. So this was based on 2021 data. So the state of Idaho at that time, the median new home price was 402,000. I think the median home price in this market right now is hovering in the 640s. And so those are from 2021 numbers.
Mayor Chadwick,
Councilman Nielsen.
you offered a national number. What was it, 23 or did you say 28%?
23.8%.
23.8%. Do you know what it is here in Idaho?
I don't have that number right at my disposal at the moment. No, sir.
Yeah, and I would imagine, does that include like annual taxes?
Annual taxes, permitting fees, development fees. It even factors into the labor side of it, for example, including the cost to comply with OSHA requirements with your workforce. And so it's pretty broad. It's a pretty broad sweep.
So it's maybe not be exactly representative of Idaho, but we'd be a factor one way or another, right?
Correct.
So,
Yes, sir.
yeah, that's an astounding number to me, but yet it's not surprising either. And what's really disappointing here is that we find ourselves in this situation at all. You know, I don't like this. I don't like having to do this. And yet the commitment that we have here in the city of Star is that our people aren't going to go without police and fire protection. And that we are going to be able to have growth pay for itself. The impact of the state just really arbitrarily and with a blind eye saying that cities are raising taxes on their citizens at a rate that is irresponsible. That in itself is irresponsible. And I don't think they understand. Well, they refuse to understand. They refuse to even come out and talk to us about it before the legislation happened. And I know you may already be aware of all this stuff, but maybe the public isn't. Maybe people listening to this aren't. The situation that was created by the state is such that we either stop developing, and you heard testimony here tonight about all the, from contractors that are here and asking us to approve these things. We need to feed our families. We see the market turning down. Please continue this because this is our livelihood. The option is to put Idahoans out of work or to raise these funds so that we can continue to protect Idahoans that are moving in or people even, moving in and becoming Idahoans. And so I'm really proud of yourself and the BCA, Mayor Chadwick, this council, for taking this problem head on. We didn't do a moratorium like some other cities did, although I don't think those moratoriums were intended to, well, I won't talk about those. There are other steps that we could have taken, to stop development in here, which was our option. Under the health and welfare clause, if we can't provide police and fire protection, then we got a health and welfare problem. So again, the city of Star is led, I think, and I'm really proud of that and really pleased that you guys came to the table and partnered with us on this. And let's hope it all goes away really quickly. And for anybody who's listening to this or reporting on it, look to the state legislature and look to really the sham that was pulled over on the people, not only in the arguments made for House Bill 389, but also in how it was passed. It was just unbelievable. That's all.
Do you need a ladder to get off that box now?
I got more.
Oh, no, that's okay. We're
no.
good. I completely agree with what Councilman Nielsen's saying. And so, just so people understand, because there's been concern about the fire mitigation fee. Well, we're collecting a fire mitigation fee that'll be passed on to Star Fire Department, similar to what it's like when we do impact fees that we pass through to Ada County Highway District or the Star Fire District already. So it's no different. We're collecting these fees to pass on at the time of building permit for now, until we can get 389 done. If 389 wasn't there, honestly, we would not be in this situation. We would have enough funds in place to be able to put the fire stations in or the personnel into the fire stations that we need and the policemen or women in the positions that we need, right? We look at one of the hearings tonight, there was an 8-minute response time. That's going to be up on the Manford, the first public hearing we had tonight. 8-minute response time, but we have to get that fire station built and be able to staff it on Floating Feather to cut that down. That 8-minute response time is not responsible. It's not acceptable, right? That just creates more issues and more problems. And so creating this solution for now until we can get 389 fixed in some form or fashion to where new construction can actually pay for itself again is the only route we have. And I completely understand the concerns of the PCA and everybody involved because we are in the forefront of a lot of those discussions on things that we put in place. But the state is not. The state is failing to see what they are doing to the cities and the citizens of Idaho. When they think they're trying to protect a certain class, they're really hurting a larger class.
Do you want me to talk about the $2 billion surplus?
No, we
Hold on, my turn.
Trying to get the higher soapbox here.
Right.
Mr. Mayor, if I might also, I think you guys obviously understand this, but what we're seeing is it is those smaller and medium-sized,
Correct.
fast-growing taxing districts where we're seeing this challenge, right? And so I have warned our association that I think this is a bad precedent for us to be setting. And so I would appreciate it if you not tell anybody that you're doing it, okay?
Yeah. On a live stream. I'm sure the Statesman's going to pick it up in about 5 minutes and put it in their thing. Okay,
We're grateful for you coming and setting this up, no doubt. But it's important for me to let people know that this is no different than the roads. We heard complaints about the roads not being enough and not spending the money in the right spot. This is what we're doing, is protecting the money so that it can be put in the right spots, so that nobody's complaining about 8-minute response times versus do we have a road to get there? It's all part of that same fight.
Mhm.
So thank you for being willing and as much as none of us like more fees at all. So thank you.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Burgess. Okay, it's 10:54. I'm going to close the public hearing. Let me write that down here on it. 10:54. I entertain a motion to approve, but I'm going to ask you guys, when you make a motion to approve, that any language in this document that says mid-star needs to say star fire, not mid-star, because mid-star is a combination of them. It's not the legally recognized name for it. So just so you're aware.
So moved.
Okay.
Well, Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we approve resolution to be determined 2022 police and fire mitigation fee with the changes you've noted, taking mid-star to star fire.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a dual second. Wheelock gets it. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none. Roll call.
Simonton,
Aye.
Nielsen,
Aye.
Wheelock.
Aye.
Hershey.
Aye.
Okay, that motion carries. Thank you, everybody, for that one. Now we need to move on back to 6A, which is the State Highway 16 and Beacon Light Advanced Flasher. We are working with ITD. Tomorrow.
Yesterday.
It's done. 8 a.m.
At 10:53 p.m.
All right, let's get on with this.
So we're going to move on to State Highway 16 and Beacon Light Advanced Flasher. What this is a approval of a bid from ITD to get an advanced flasher put on Highway 16 going south around that corner to the similar to what you see like up at Avamore, where you have the flashing light when it's going to turn red, because we've had some increase in accidents and stuff right there. What ITD needs us to do is we'll just take care of it. We're going to pay for it, but they're going to pay us back. We have an agreement in place where they're going to pay us back on this thing based off of this bid. And I just need you guys to approve the bid so we can move
Just to
forward. on
pass
it.
through.
It's a pass through.
All right.
Mr. Mayor,
Oh, is it right here?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Wheelock.
I make a motion to approve SH 16 and Beacon Light Advanced Flasher.
Second.
Okay, we got a motion, a second. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none, roll call.
Nielsen,
Aye.
Hershey,
Aye.
Wheelock,
Aye.
Solomon,
Aye.
That motion carries. Thank you. Item 6B, we're going to pull from the thing tonight. We didn't have the person here to do the presentation. So Jacob's going to have to set that up. It's a Ada County Star Hazard Mitigation Plan adoption from our emergency management folks. Item 6C, the holiday decor purchase. Is that on here, right? Holiday decor.
I say just approve it. It's beautiful.
So this one,
I want to see the.
so this one here, folks, is just a couple things. We're looking at purchasing a artificial large Christmas tree that we can utilize. And we're looking at purchasing a star. I'll get to that too. So, Christmas at the River House, here's a quick thing that Ms. Dana put together for us. Drew Hunters, despite the pandemic, 22 will be even bigger and better, plus a new event at New Year's. Some of the comments we get is that we have no real tree down there for this, right? So we're looking at an 18-foot Christmas tree, which includes pre-strung colored lights. 1 in 10 of those are twinkle lights. They have pre-hung ornaments. There's a star tree topper, and we can add, if we want to add more footage to it and make it a 90-foot tree at some point, we could add 4 feet every year if we wanted to make it bigger.
I'm not leaving council till that's a 90-foot tree.
We do everything big around here, so.
Modular trees.
We do have a crane. It's an easy assembly product, and it's easy storage, and we talked to Bob, and he has a place to store it and said there's not an issue with that. Fireworks, so on the 4th of July, I'm so used to 4th of July and fireworks, but on New Year's, we're gonna have a new event here that has fireworks, midnight toast, live music, and voila, we wanna get the star that we can raise with a crane out here are we doing it at the River House? Is that what it says on here? The light, the star was during the holiday, during Christmas, will be up here on the roof, so everybody can see it. And then at New Year's, we would take it down to the River House and utilize the crane as part of our celebration to raise that, to celebrate the new year.
It's a 12-foot star.
It's a big star. The math on this, some of that, we had the money in the budget to purchase this. The 2020, the council approved 45,000. We raised $70,380 for the hometown celebration. The hometown celebrations was $70,000 in expenses. We did buy some tablecloths and stuff for the River House, so the remaining $43,000 is there, and the tree and star cost $34,739. So we're still under budget under that category for the celebrations on there.
I just want to know, can the star get bigger every year too?
We could do whatever we want on that. So the request is for you to approve the expenditure that come out of that budget from the last year, if you so desire, so we can get this thing ordered, so we get it here in time for the Christmas
Just
and New
a
Year's season.
quick question, since we're under budget, do you want to go for the 22-foot tree?
No.
Okay.
We have other plans.
Or the bigger star. There's a bigger star,
We don't know if Kevin's crane could handle it.
but shipping
And we'll order you a new crane. Right.
freight isn't included, so maybe need to
Oh,
stick
yeah,
with what we
we're
have.
fine.
Yeah.
Then I make a motion that we approve this awesome tree and star.
Okay.
Second.
We got a motion and a second. Kevin Nielsen is the second on this one. Roll call. Or any further discussion? Sorry, any further discussion? Okay, hearing none, roll call.
Wheelock,
Aye.
Solomon,
Aye.
Hershey,
Even though it's a little tree,
Nielsen,
Aye.
Okay, that motion carries. Thank you. I think our citizens will be excited, and it's something that'll be ongoing every year. We are the village. So not the, no, you don't want to see me dance in a hat. The executive session, we do not need to go into executive session tonight because we have nothing new on the lawsuit right now. That'll be at a later time. So it is, what time is it? 11:01. We are going to adjourn.